Morning, everyone. Let's call court to order. Today is Tuesday, July 21st, 2020. It's 9 a.m. Proof of posting, please.
The agenda was posted on Thursday, July 16, 2020 at 3:45 p.m. and a supplemental agenda was posted on Friday, July 17, 2020 at 3 p.m.
Okay, let's pause briefly for a moment of silence, and then we'll have a pledge to the flags. Please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, and liberty and justice for all. Pledge to the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Thank you. Okay. Reagan, did we have anyone call in for public comments? Okay. We do not have any public comments, just a notation that there's two members of the Commissioner's Court in the physical court today, but we're far enough apart we don't need to have masks on. And everyone else, the Commissioner's Court's on Zoom. And then we have various people scattered out throughout the room that are McLennan County employees, and they're socially distanced. Okay, this morning under item D, under proclamations and resolutions, we don't have any this morning. And then under consent agenda, I'd like to make some recommended pulls. Those pulls would be E3A, E3B, E3C, and E6D, as well as E7. Are there any other pulls recommended by the commissioners? If not, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exceptions of those previously mentioned pulls?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion, call for a vote.
Commissioner Snell,
Aye.
Commissioner Miller,
Aye.
Judge Bolton,
Aye.
Commissioner Jones,
Aye.
Commissioner Perry.
Aye.
Pass. Would like to first of all go to is Ryan Durker online?
Yes, sir, Judge, I am.
Okay, Ryan, if you would, under we've got an update on COVID-19. I know Elizabeth's on vacation, and can you give us an update, Ryan, on the status on COVID-19 activity?
Yes, sir, certainly. Judge Felton, commissioners, good morning. As of yesterday, we had 59 new cases of COVID-19, bringing our total cases to date to 3,472. As far as estimated active cases, there is 1,503 estimated cases within the county currently. 1,945 cases have estimated been recovered at this time. Of those cases, 77 are in the hospital, 14 are on ventilators. Of those 77, 58 cases are McLennan County residents. From the EOC, our three main projects that we have going on right now is expanding our community testing program. We now have 5 community testing locations on the books in the upcoming weeks. One at University Baptist Church, another at the Waco Multipurpose Center. Those will both occur between July 27th to 29th. We have also scheduled a drive-up testing site at Tolliver Chapel Missionary Baptist Church that will take place on July 30th. And finally, we will have and also McGregor High School that'll take place on August 3rd. We will also wrap up our planned testing at MCC on, I'm sorry, I can't read my handwriting here. I apologize. August 13th through the 15th. So those are our main projects right now, along with alternate care site planning that we've been really deep in recently. Now, to be clear, that's not to say that we have any plans on opening one recently. The numbers don't pan that out right now, but we viewed it as prudent to begin those planning activities just to make sure we are prepared if that need should arise. And we also continue our logistics here at the EOC, providing PPE to various agencies and businesses that have asked for it. And I'm open to any questions if anyone has any.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions anyone have?
Yeah, I had one question. When you're doing the positive numbers, I know some people that have had it have to have tests several times until they get negative. Are those positives counted again every time?
No, sir, they're not. Only single positives or cases are counted. We don't go back and recount repeat positives.
Okay.
Are there any other questions? It was, I thought, a pretty thorough article in the paper yesterday regarding the capacity of the hospitals and their ability to flex to convert more rooms to ICU type. I think there's actually either 54 or 56 additional ICU rooms over and above what they report on every day. Yesterday, the hospitals were in their acute beds, which is their regular side. There was between 80 and 90% capacity there, which can be adjusted by slowing down or increasing elective procedures from what we're told by the hospital administrators. And then on the ICU side, there was room available there as well. And with the ability to expand and I guess you'd call it the depth of bench of the two hospitals being tied to larger larger operations across the state gives them some room to be able to absorb, larger surges and those things. So Elizabeth gave a good report yesterday as well about y'all's ability to be a part of that. So, and as always, any questions come up, we'll call Ryan and Elizabeth. They stand ready to answer questions, and I think Commissioner Miller serves on the McLennan County Public Health District Board as well, so has access to a lot of information through there. Any questions anyone have? Okay, is there a motion to approve Ryan's report for recording purposes?
So moved.
Second.
Motion made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion, call for a vote.
Commissioner Snell,
Aye.
Commissioner Miller, Judge Fulton,
Aye.
Commissioner Jones,
Aye.
Commissioner Perry.
Aye.
Pass. Thank you, Ryan.
Yes, sir. Thank y'all.
Okay, going to, I'll come back to those hold items on the consent agenda later in the meeting. I'd like to go to okay, let's go to item F under budget amendments and transfers. Under F1s regarding the FY20 budget. Francis?
Yes, sir. So for fiscal year 20 budget amendments, I'm going to start with F1A2. I think the IT department may have information on F1A1, but
Okay.
F1A2, this is a budget amendment within the general fund, within the IT department. And this is just moving within the line item for IT assessments into the tagged line item for COVID-related purposes. So it's moving $10,500 into that line item for the purchase of laptops. F1B, needs to be deferred. F1C, this is in the general fund for JP11, and they're requesting to move money within their department into furniture and equipment to purchase a desk. F1D, this is a certification of revenue. We're certifying proceeds from our auction, and this is money that was received for equipment and inventory that was held by Road and Bridge Precinct 3. So the total is $83,951. And then there's a budget amendment attached, and they're requesting to increase road construction materials by that same amount. F1E, this is in the Justice Technology Fund. And this is for JP 11, 2, and 5. And there's some additional amounts needed in the line item that we use to charge the annual maintenance agreement with EDOC. F1F, this is general fund for JP3. They're requesting to move money within their department into other services and charges. And this is related to the newly approved janitorial services contract. So they had money within their department, but just needed to get it into the correct line. F1G, this is requested by the Mental Health Court Services Department. This request is to increase the court masters and the court-appointed attorney line items within that department. The request is from contingencies for a total of $26,800. And they've provided some information on the increase of cases in that court. F1H, this is general fund JP2, requesting to move money within their department into furniture and equipment to purchase some chairs and some other office furniture. F1I needs to be deferred. F1J, this is general fund in the County Health Services Department, and she is requesting to move to various line items within her department. She presented her plans, I think that was last week, to you on how she'd like to increase outreach for her department. So she's able to make this request with using funds that she already has budgeted within her department. F1K, this is permanent improvement fund related to the 2019 bond. There are two additional amounts that are needed for the tower communications project. There's two estimates attached, one with Gulf Coast Steeplejack and one with Wells Crane and Rigging. And then F1L, this is general fund for Road and Bridge Precinct 1. They're requesting to move money within their department to increase road construction materials. So that concludes the budget amendments.
Okay. Thank you. There's a couple of deferred items I'll take care of first. And I think, are you holding F1A for further discussion, or is it deferred?
So F1A1, I think IT was going to have some more information on that. I don't have any. It's not actually a budget amendment. I think it was just a request from them.
Okay, let's hold that.
Okay.
All right, and then asked under F1B, Justice of Peace, Precinct 5, defer that item, and then defer F1I, Commissioner's Court. Is there a motion? Any questions about those two? If not, is there a motion to approve those two deferrals?
So moved. Second.
Motion been made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion, call for a vote.
Commissioner Snell,
Aye.
Commissioner Miller,
Aye.
Judge Felton,
Aye.
Commissioner Jones,
Aye.
Commissioner Perry.
Aye.
Pass. Okay, under F1A, F1C, F1D, F1E, F1F, F1G, F1H, F1J, F1K, F1L. Is there any questions about that? If not, is there a motion to approve those as presented?
So moved.
Second.
Motion been made and second. Any other discussion? No discussion, call for a vote.
Commissioner Snell,
Aye.
Commissioner Miller. Judge Bolton,
Aye.
Commissioner Jones,
Aye.
Commissioner Perry.
Aye.
Pass. Yes.
Lisa wanted to defer F1A.
Okay, so she doesn't want to come back and talk about it. Okay,
Okay.
all right. Under F1A, is there a motion to defer?
So move.
Second.
Motion been made and second. Any other discussion? No discussion, call for a vote.
Commissioner Snell,
Aye.
Commissioner Miller,
Aye.
Judge Bolton,
Aye.
Commissioner Jones,
Aye.
Commissioner Perry.
Aye.
Pass. Okay, regarding the FY21 budget, Francis?
So I'm assuming we want to come back to F2A for that discussion later to end with that today.
Okay,
But up to y'all. But we could go ahead and do F2B. So
okay,
this is just the recording of the juvenile local funds budget. The juvenile board approved the budget on June 23rd. So you'll see all the line items as well as the salaries. And so because we do that, because of the timeline of it, they put in some blanket amounts for if a COLA is approved, if incentive pay is approved. So once you formally make actions on those, we'll come back and adjust this budget to mirror what
okay,
the court does for the rest of the employees. But it is just for recording purposes. Of course, it's in its own fund, and then the general fund supports it by transferring the amount
right.
to fund that budget for the next year.
Okay, is there a motion to approve F2B for recording purposes?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion, call for a vote.
Commissioner Snell,
Aye.
Commissioner Miller, Judge Bolton,
Aye.
Commissioner Jones,
Aye.
Commissioner Perry.
Aye.
Pass. Under G, under bids, RFPs, RFQs, under G1's authorization recommendations for the McLennan County Insurance, like to hold that for later in the meeting, be sure we have adequate time to discuss that. Under H is contracts and interlocal agreements. Under H1 is ratification of interlocal cooperation agreement with the city of Bruceville Eddy for road work. What's the pleasure of the court? Commissioner Snell?
Yes, I'm sorry, my mic wasn't on. Yes, motion to approve.
Second.
Motion been made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion, call for a vote.
Commissioner Snell,
Aye.
Commissioner Miller,
Aye.
Judge Bolton,
Aye.
Commissioner Jones,
Aye.
Commissioner Perry.
Aye.
Pass. Under H2, authorization interlocal cooperation agreement with the city of Hallsburg. This is a renewal of an existing agreement that we have to do some mowing, primarily those roads leading to Trading House Park. Any other comments, Commissioner Miller?
No, we can go ahead and move forward with this. We're still in negotiations with the city of Paulsburg as far as a holistic plan. But
Okay.
I feel comfortable moving forward with this one.
Is that a motion?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Dustin, do you have something else?
I was just going to say, in exchange, Judge, the city's obligation under this is that we can park some of our equipment used at Trading House at City Hall, and we are still utilizing that as well.
Okay. All right. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion, call for a vote.
Commissioner Snell,
Aye.
Commissioner Miller,
Aye.
Judge Bolton,
Aye.
Commissioner Jones,
Aye.
Commissioner Perry.
Aye.
Pass. Under H3 is authorization of state of plan operation agreement with the state of Texas for surplus property program for the county sheriff's office. David, do you want to speak to this?
So Judge, this is for our standard curricular application process every year. This year, this is just me filling it out due to circumstances beyond our control and coming to the court to talk to all about it. This is the standard application. This is
Yeah.
nothing new. It's nothing fancy.
Okay. All right, what's the pleasure of the court?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion, call for a vote.
Commissioner Snell,
Aye.
Commissioner Miller,
Aye.
Judge Felton,
Aye.
Commissioner Jones,
Aye.
Commissioner Perry.
Aye.
Pass. Under H4, hang on, David. This is authorization of extension of a parking lot lease with Washington Partners LTD. It's where the I believe Sheriff's Department leases that from Washington Park, and it's the property right behind the sheriff's office.
Correct. We lease half of them.
Half of it, that's right.
Yes,
Okay. Any questions about that? If not, is there a motion to approve H4?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion, call for a vote.
Commissioner Snell,
Aye.
Commissioner Miller,
Aye.
Judge Felton,
Aye.
Commissioner Jones,
Aye.
Commissioner Perry.
Thank you. Pass. Under H5 is authorization of agreement and related estimates with Amazon Web Service and cloud backup storage. So it just need to be deferred. Okay, is there a motion to defer?
So move. Second.
Motion made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion, call for a vote.
Commissioner Snell,
Aye.
Commissioner Miller, Judge Felton,
Aye.
Commissioner Jones,
Aye.
Commissioner Perry.
Aye.
Pass. Under Waco, McLennan County Economic Development, I want to hold this, under I, Waco, McLennan County Economic Development Corporation, one is authorization of revision of financial documents, including affidavit of understanding with Wells Fargo Corporation account resolution agreement. So I think these are signed documents. Dustin?
Yes, sir. Judge, this updates it to Bradley Ford, the new city manager, removes Wiley and has the assistant finance director from the city of Waco. This just updates their signatories.
Okay. All right, any questions about that?
I guess is Wally already left? I thought he was gonna be
No,
there
he's
till
not.
then.
He's history.
Oh, okay. I just wondered, I thought it was end of July or something.
Yeah, he didn't make it that far.
It was last week, wasn't it?
Yeah,
Last week.
yes, sir. Okay, any questions about that? If not, is there, what's the pleasure of the court?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion been made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion, call for a vote.
Commissioner Snell,
Aye.
Commissioner Miller,
Aye.
Judge Felton,
Aye.
Commissioner Jones,
Aye.
Commissioner Perry.
Aye.
Pass. Under J, capital improvements, we have nothing this week. Under K is real estate and right of ways, we have nothing this week. Under L is grants and grant proposals, nothing this week. Under M is department office specific requests and presentations or items of discussion and possible action. Under M1 is information technology discussion and our action regarding the commissioner's courtroom equipment upgrade for managing remote meetings. So I guess call on David Nygaard and Tim.
Yes,
Rick.
sir. Good morning.
Morning.
So in regards to this, a group of our technicians have been meeting with the local vendors to evaluate our upgrade options. Additionally, they've also had conversations with the city of Waco and have walked the Bosque Theater, which also has received upgrades. From those conversations, there's several options from Brazos Media and RBDR which Tim is here to give a presentation over.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. And you're social distance, so you
Is that
might
better?
pull your mask on.
All right. This is kind of a revision of the presentation I did last time, where I addressed the existing problems and addressed the continuing audio corrections that we could seek through Brazos Media. Thankfully, we have achieved quotes for pricing. However, some changes had to be made in looking at the video corrections. Instead of doing cameras on the wall, we're just going to propose to do 2 cameras, one that faces the presenter table and then one that faces the commissioner's bench. So I'm going to jump towards pricing on that. So there are 4 options. Option 1 is strictly audio, where we are upgrading the digital soundboard with the digital sound processor with advanced audio controls, integrated conference phone device, which I actually have an image of here. Give me 1 second. This device. It's a 10-inch tablet device, which is also in place at the Bosque Theater, installed by Brazos Media. We replaced the 18-inch goosenecks with 12-inch goosenecks with a wider range, so we wouldn't have to have 3 microphones in front of Judge Felton anymore. And we'd also have personal monitor speakers, so that way you wouldn't have to struggle to hear the speakers back here. You could actually have individual speakers in front of you. Option 2, that cost is $18,575. Option 2, which is audio and video, so all of option 1, plus the 2 fixed ceiling mounted cameras, is $22,825. Option 3 and 4 includes courtroom fixture upgrades from RBDR Architects. I will show you graphics of those images now. This would replace the existing structure with a bulletproof equipped Dais with monitor inlets, very similar to the Bosque Theater at City Hall. You could have the granite tops, the wood tops, and everything of that nature. And then the 4th proposed solution is a radical redesign of the courtroom of itself. Same setup, bulletproof fronting, divisions between each one with monitor inlets, but it also maintains 6-foot distance between each commissioner and judge.
What's the seat, is that, we maintain the seating capacity?
It would actually expand because the 2 side tables that you see,
Yeah,
we could actually remove those.
okay. What were those there for? Just,
This was originally proposed as your court reporter, and then the 2 IT support roles,
yeah.
audio and post, and then you'd have your secondary presenter tables such as like Ken, and then additional things, and then of course your front presenter table here.
Okay.
If we were to go with options 1 or 2 right now, which would be covered by the IT budget, the cost of option 3 and 4 would be pushed into a phase 2 plan for fiscal year 21, and those costs would be roughly between $28,200 and $32,000. We can move right now on options 1 and 2, so just upgrading the audio and video right now.
And they would be part, if you went to option 4, they would already, so
Correct.
2 would already be part of that anyway.
Correct.
Okay.
So yeah, each one builds upon itself. So option 1, then option 2 has option 1 in it. Option 3 has 1 and 2 in it. Then option 4 is 1, 2, and 3, plus the radical redesign. And I believe right now, One of the things we ran into yesterday with Brazos Media is that they are not on a contract agreement with the county. And we are, if we were to go with option 2 at the 2025, we would reach our cap with them at this time.
Okay.
That's why it is proposed to move to the redesigns of the courtroom, just as far as the days or the elongated days into fiscal year 21.
Do you know how far the chairs are apart on that? Back to that, where it's a longer,
The longer one?
Yeah.
They are 6 feet apart.
okay.
Where would the auditor and the clerk
They
sit?
would-
in that? Those are right next to one another.
Mhm. They could be redesigned to where we have individual tables back here in these corners. Because right now, I believe the plan is to move the IT group closer to this sound processor that would go right here. So these side tables would actually be removed. And you'd have like a center aisle here and then individual tables behind the judge's dais.
And that could be in a temporary capacity, just, we won't always have to be 6 feet apart, I would hope.
Right.
So that would just be an interim type arrangement.
The restructure of the days would be a permanent arrangement.
But to move them away, because Commissioner Jones is pointing out on the side, they don't have 6 feet. So anything you would do would be temporary.
Correct.
So you're gonna make the, is this the entry door here, the double doors? Is that the entry door that everybody
Yeah,
comes in?
is that
Yeah.
the entry door?
Excuse me?
That is correct. That is the entry door right there.
So you're gonna turn everything to the side?
Yes. So literally you'd walk in and you'd see the judge's dais. You could also create a center aisle here to the presenter table.
And where's the court reporters?
They could be placed here or behind.
And then the auditor would be sitting with them, or?
Yes. You could set up a table here, IT here, Ken here, and then the court reporter here.
And these would be in option 4, correct, Tim?
That's correct. I will address to the court that this particular project, the restructure of the days, is about a 2-month project. Because you're looking at 2 weeks for them to do a full render, and then they would propose that render to y'all as far as what materials y'all wanted to, the granite countertops, if you wanted it to match the dark cherry that's on this wood as well. And then they'd send that off to millwork. So you're looking about another 2 weeks, and then coordinating install time for the new days as well as the inlet monitors. So we would need to structure it so that way y'all aren't being displaced, which is one of my primary concerns.
Okay. At least till the next election comes around. So,
It would be my recommendation that we move on the audio visual upgrades at this time, and we save this for later discussion.
okay,
Yes.
so that would be the
Options 1 and 2.
1 and 2.
Yes, sir.
And there's adequate money there to cover that.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Well, I think at least for some time, we're going to be, we're able to meet remotely or in person, and don't know what will be allowed once this pandemic's over with, but still having that option is good. And the other thing is being able to, now that, we this is public access to the video audio side. It needs to be quality that
Right.
people can hear it and see it. I think
Easy to operate also too. Excuse. So
functionality is easier. Or,
Yes,
okay.
considerably.
Okay. Okay. Any thoughts, commissioners? Any questions?
In addition to this, Judge, I'd like to also mention in regards to this same project, that by the end of this year, we will be due a update to our agenda management application with Civic as well. There will be no adjustments inside of the cost for the update itself, but our annual support expense will go up a little bit once that time comes. It's a change that it's been out there for a little bit, but we've been able to keep on our current configuration with it up until now. But before the end of the year, we will have to make a move on it regarding.
Okay. Okay. Anything else, David or Tim?
No, sir.
Any questions for David or Tim? What's the pleasure of the court?
Could this money be taken out of our permanent improvement fund, or where's the money coming from?
We actually have unused funds inside of our software budget from this current year on projects that we weren't able to quite get around to during this year. Once Lisa revised those, we were able to come up with the amounts that would cover either of the two options. Going into the option 3, there are additional funds that we have that were a little unused this current year that we would be able to get into. But there were concerns there as well, with most of those being about a 2-month turnaround, and August being upon us, if the work would have been done before the end of the budget year in order to get those money spent.
Would this work be able to be done by the end of the year?
Options 1 and 2, yes. Yes, sir.
And you could always add 3 next year.
That is correct, yes.
Mr. Jones, did you have something?
no.
Okay. Okay. Would court consider going ahead and approving option 1 and 2?
Motion to approve option 1 and 2.
Second.
Motion made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion, call for a vote.
Commissioner Snell,
Aye.
Commissioner Miller. Aye. Judge Felton,
Aye.
Commissioner Jones,
Aye.
Commissioner Perry.
Aye.
Pass. I see Judge Hensley in court, and we could go to item E3B. Amanda, are you on?
Yes, sir, I'm on.
Okay. Under item E3B, just a piece, precinct 1, place 1. This item was looked at, it's been deferred a couple of times. And the kind of the notes from previous week, Commissioners Court granted a budget for the addition of the JP County Clerk for Justice of the Peace offices with $1 placeholder. Justice of the Peace Precinct 1, place 1 is requesting the ability to proceed with the hiring of the FY20 budget and fund the full-time position outlined in the notes. The requested budget salaries above are based on the average budgetary salary for the that's currently funded for JP court clerk positions across all Justice of the Peace offices. All of the JP offices addressed the need for additional positions last year, with a request from additional position to assist with the increased work and volume expected from the legislative change effective this coming September. Although the change in work volume is not expected until September, the position must be funded prior to advertising the vacancy to accept employment of application. Judge, how are you today?
I'm doing well, and I appreciate you taking me out of order. Amanda had sent me a list of questions that she thought y'all were looking for, and I had already prepared a couple of charts. So I've given those to you. Commissioner Jones and Miller and Snell, a copy of what I have has been sent to your county email. So if you want to pull it up later, you already have a copy of it. You had requested some statistical data on our caseload, and I think it's page 4. There's a chart that's the caseload comparison between the different JP courts. As you'll see, I've done different years, 2018, 2019, and then the first quarter of 2020, and I've compared it across all 6 JP courts. And I put in bold my debt claim cases because that's really where my problem comes in. If you look at like 2018, I had 1,033 debt claim cases. The next closest one was JP4 with 390. So I'm almost 3 times as high as any other court. In 2019, I had 1414, and the next closest was again JP4 with 516. So I'm almost 3 times there. And then first quarter of this year, because everything is literally shut down after March. So I only took it through the first quarter. I have 467, and the next closest is again JP4 at 145. So I'm, 3.5 times what he's doing there. That's the one that has been the issue for us. Just to give you some insight into the traffic cases, we don't run anywhere near what JP3 runs on that, but we are second. JP3 in 2018 had 2,356 new cases filed. These are all new cases filed. It's hard to compare any other way because the process goes multi-year on everything else. And we had 1,504, and in 2019, he had, you can see he's over 2,000 on both 18 and 19, and I'm at 1,500 and 1,400 and something on new cases filed in those years. So you can look at the different categories later, but you can see we pretty much track with everybody else as being one of the largest precincts in all of these categories. But debt claim cases are the issue that is eating our lunch. And she asked, how long does it take to process each case? And I put a little list here of what we identified was involved. You have to input the case in the computer, process the filing and service fees, prepare the citation and get it to the constable, do the paperwork. You can see the list later. But we estimate it takes about an hour from the time the postman drops it off till it's filed at the end of the case, not counting the phone calls that come in. Some cases we get 1 or 2 2-minute phone calls. In some cases we spend hours on the phone with people. She asked me to address the impact of the jurisdictional limit increase and how much we expected to see it increase. On the debt claim cases, we expect it to double, primarily just because it is cheaper and quicker to process it with us. I was asked if we could quantify it with the courts upstairs. Unfortunately, neither the court nor the county clerk has a searchable database by the amount sought. So I'm primarily resting on 2 things, just the increases that I have seen, and then what we're told by the Texas Justice Court Training Center to expect. They've told us to expect it to double. I was asked what the financial impact might be of the increased caseload. Unfortunately, because these are these civil cases, it's only the filing fees. So if we get 1,000 new cases, that's $46,000. If we put on a full-time person, we might wash salary with what's coming in. If we think we can do it with a part-time person, in which case there might be a little net benefit to the county. But this is not a moneymaker, unfortunately. On small claims cases, I don't really expect to see the ones upstairs come down very much, because I think if people are serious enough about it, they've hired an attorney, they probably prefer the county court up there. The only place I think we might see an increase, I think there may be individuals who have not filed suit because they don't want to hire an attorney. So when they realize they can file in justice court and self-represent, then we may see some new cases come up, but I don't expect to see cases come down necessarily. She asked if the county courts at law agreed with my assumptions. I haven't been able to talk to them because our hours have not meshed with the COVID. I assume that they would, but again, I'm relying on my year-over-year increases and the projections of the Justice Court Training Center on my assumptions. Insurance subrogation cases, I would expect to see 100% of those cases that are under the jurisdictional limit come down, just because they're very cut and dried cases and we're a lot cheaper and a lot quicker to process. We average from the time you come into our door to the time we mail the judgment out with you less than 6 months, unless one of the parties has requested a delay or we just could never get somebody served. But 95% of our new cases are out the door within 6 months, unless the parties prefer to drag their feet. Are we currently behind? No, COVID-19 has blessed us. At the time the COVID-19 stuff hit, we had 4 file boxes of unprocessed things. And what they had been doing so that we didn't lose it is when it came in, they put it in the computer and then they stuck it in the file and put it over there to come back and actually do the physical part, just so we had it where we could look up the information. So when we had the COVID lull, I had one person at home working through that box, and we rotated only 2 people in the office and 1 at home, and we did get all those boxes caught up. Thank you. But if we do see a significant increase in September, then I expect to be losing ground again, because we were getting further behind every day that came in. We literally have days, at least once a week, where we get files delivered in a box. And there might be 10 cases and it might be 20. And so because they come in all bunched up like that is why we get behind. But everybody in my office is trained to do everything. Laura Berger is the one who does the overwhelming majority of civil cases, and Vicki does traffic, and then Shannon and Chip's on both of them. But on these cases, everybody's been doing them, trying to get them into the files. So we're not behind right now, and we'd like to stay that way. Let's see. The question was asked about magistrate, and so if you look at the very last page in your file, this is the year-over-year comparison on my court on some of the big areas of what we do. And I've got 3.5 years here. And you can see, we track within a range on the traffic tickets. The Class C misdemeanors, you see a huge jump in 2019. I'm the only court processing. The DA has been bumping down Class B misdemeanors to Class Cs as long as the affidavit supports it. We're the only one processing that, so that's why you see that huge jump. And the fines that are being paid with that are anywhere from $200 to $500. And so if you look at our revenue through that period, we had a nice little bump that went with that. We're at 243 this year versus 674 last year, so that we're going to be at 2/3 of what we were last year. That actually surprised me a little bit, because I figured last year was going to be an anomaly because the DA's office started going through a backlog of cases, and I figured they were pretty much through it because it slowed down. Misdemeanor warrants, you can see they're way down this year, but in previous years 200 is probably where we were getting to there. Felony warrants, same thing. Truancy cases dropped off in 2019 and 2020 just because the school districts quit messing with it. So I would say for every truancy case, we have somewhere between 2 and 8 or 9 hearings. Most people, they come in, we talk about it, we tell them what they need to do, and they do it, but they come back for one follow-up. So we know that they did it. And then you have the problem children, and they come back every 2 weeks all year. So some of them, you have an inordinate number of visits with them. Then you've got new civil filings, and then the magistrate. 2017, I did 537. 28, I did 656. 19, I did 622, and this year I've done 290 to date. I did, which the memo tells you, I did, when Judge Bain became ill, I volunteered to pinch hit. So that's why those are up there. And then the death inquests, I'm averaging about 200 a year. Right now, this says 103. I actually did 106 this morning. So that's a little bit off. So that's why in staffing, my issue is just the paperwork on the debt claim filings. Everything else stays up to date. We don't seem to have any problem with it. It's just these debt claim cases are coming in so fast. And I don't know why they're filing them all with us. I guess because my ladies stay on top of it, move it quicker, but they keep them running. So that's why we may be back here. I do appreciate that you left the placeholder there. And like I said, I anticipate we're going to get swamped. So I will probably be back hoping you'll fund it when that happens.
I did talk to Judge Devin Agam, and I think y'all are in concurrence that when they hire an attorney, they're going to more than likely stay in county court of law. But that I think y'all are on the same page on that. The rest of them is just don't know till you really get into it. But just the overall activity is definitely growing in your area.
Yes, we've been increasing. Like this year, where if this year had maintained at the same level, we would have been up a quarter for this year's filing before you throw in the jurisdictional increase.
Right.
So
okay.
We're running.
Amanda, do you have any comments?
No, sir, I do not.
Okay, thank you. Any questions anyone would have for Judge Hensley or Amanda?
Well, I guess I'm looking at the right numbers, but it looks like to me you're pretty much tracking even or down on a lot of cases compared to what you have in previous years.
There's some categories
truancy, you're down to 33, 53 in warrants, 290 in magistrate. I mean, those numbers are really low. You may have some that be equal to what they were in 19.
Well, the magistrate's not low when you consider I've only been doing it 3 months.
That's just 6 months, Commissioner.
Well, it's a 6-month number, but I actually have only been doing them 3 months.
Right. But what I'm saying is all of them, that's 6 months. So that should be, most of them are about half of what you're doing last year. Some of them are way less. You had like on misdemeanor warrants, 180, you only got 53 this year.
Well, the police have quit serving them.
Right. And so
we only not what comes to us.
Yeah, it's probably not going to change till we get through this deal. So I just can't see how you're going to have a big boom in business anytime soon.
Well, our civil filings have picked up since July 1st substantially. People held them, like the eviction, people held them, but they are now coming in droves. So I'm sure the year-end numbers will be lower than they would have been if the first quarter had projected out. But I don't think they're going to be half or 3/4. I think they're going to be more than that because people are making up the time as fast as they can.
Okay, any other questions?
Just going to thank you for the data.
That's good. That's what we look for.
Okay.
Thank you.
And I appreciate you taking me early and covering both quarters.
I know. Thank you. Okay. Okay, I guess I think we've already put the dollar placeholder. I think the question is, for 220, for 2020. But we'll come back to that when we get into all the rest of the personnel issues. Okay, going to going to item M2, Health Services Authorization Hotspot, Ken.
Yes. We had a request on health services. One of the two hotspots from Verizon Wireless for their department. Health Service Department is requesting two hotspots from Verizon Wireless. The device is, of course, at no cost. The service will cost $37.99 per month each, plus taxes and fees. This is for them to help with COVID. We respectfully submit this information for your consideration.
Okay, any questions? What's the pleasure of the court?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion made, second. Any other discussion? No other discussion, call for a vote.
Commissioner Snell,
Aye.
Commissioner Miller. Aye. Judge Felton,
Aye.
Commissioner Jones,
Aye.
Commissioner Perry.
Aye.
Pass. Going to item M3, juvenile probation authorization of cell phone request. Ken,
Yes.
more of the same?
Juvenile probation has the basic phone. Their current service is $22.99 per month. They would like to move up to smartphones. They've requested 11 new iPhones, and that service will increase to $39.99 per month plus taxes and fees.
Okay.
Again, Juvenile states they have the budget to support this expense, and we respectfully submit this information for your consideration.
Okay, any questions? What's the pleasure of the court?
Motion to approve the cell phone request.
Second.
Motion been made, second. Any other discussion? No discussion, call for a vote.
Commissioner Snell,
Aye.
Commissioner Miller. Aye. Judge Felton,
Aye.
Commissioner Jones,
Aye.
Commissioner Perry.
Aye.
Pass. Under M4 is human resources authorization of bilingual testing and pay for the tax office. Amanda?
Yes, sir. Thank you. This particular request is a request coming from the tax office to add an additional 2 positions that could be eligible to receive the bilingual pay. In regard to this request, obviously those individuals would need to complete the test assessment to ensure they're able to provide that bilingual service proficiently. So we would begin that testing if the court would oblige this request and choose to approve adding these 2 additional positions. Keep in mind this particular office does have a lot of outward face to the public of recent numbers. They've been seeing hundreds of individuals, and they want to be sure they're able to offer services to the individuals they're serving.
And there's 38?
Yes, sir. That's the total number of positions in the office, and they're requesting that 7 of those positions be able to receive the bilingual pay if their language proficiency meets the testing assessments.
Okay. Any questions? What's the pleasure of the court?
Move to approve M4.
Second.
Motion been made and second. Any other discussion? No discussion, call for a vote.
Commissioner Snell,
Aye.
Commissioner Miller,
Aye.
Judge Felton,
Aye.
Commissioner Jones,
Aye.
Commissioner Perry.
Aye.
Pass. Going to item M5, on the Justice Peace Precinct 3 authorization of phone request. Looks like Judge Perea would like to purchase a Mitel conference phone for their courtroom. The newest model, the 6970, is available and is less expensive than the U360 Mitel it is replacing. The licensing and all is $690. He's requesting to use the JP Technology Fund to cover this expense. The other recently acquired phones will be placed in the jury deliberation room and the other one on the judge's bench. Any questions about that? What's the pleasure of the court?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion been made and second. Any other discussion? No discussion, call for a vote.
Commissioner Snell,
Aye.
Commissioner Miller,
Aye.
Judge Felton,
Aye.
Commissioner Jones,
Aye.
Commissioner Perry.
Aye.
Pass. Under M6 is maintenance of equipment authorization of phone request. This is also this is a purchase of a cardless Mitel phone system. The cost of the phone and appropriate licensing is $433.35. IT has funds available in the phone document budget for covering this expense. Any questions about that? If not, is there what's the pleasure of the court?
Motion to approve the phone request.
Second.
Motion been made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion, call for a vote.
Commissioner Snell,
Aye.
Commissioner Miller,
Aye.
Judge Felton,
Aye.
Commissioner Jones,
Aye.
Commissioner Perry.
Aye.
Pass. All right, let's take we're going to take a 5-minute recess, at which time we'll come back with economic development report. So we will go into a 5-minute recess. Let's call court back to order. Okay, at this time, I would like to go to, under item N4 of the agenda under Economic Development Report for June. Is Chris available?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we barely hear you.
Okay. Is that better?
Yeah, that's perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. So we've had despite the world around us, we've had a very active period of economic development. You'll see in your report that our attraction inquiries into the community continues at a strong pace. We had 7 for the month of June, bringing our year-to-date total of 47. That is considerably less than where we were the same time last year. We've hit 30% of our goal for the year, hitting that halfway mark for the year. But I would note that typically we're able to attend things like trade shows and do a lot of other outside marketing that helps generate additional leads for the community. That's not been happening in the, of course, we're not traveling. So we are working on other ways in which we are connecting with site consultants. And then we've also noticed that there's been a large uptick from the state of Texas in the number of projects that they're sending out to the local communities. So we've actually been shortlisted on several projects recently due to this. So we're glad about that. We're seeing a number of proposals go out the door. We were able to resume our in-person business retention expansion visits. However, we have moved back with the requirement of masks and just ensuring the safety of our staff and the staff of businesses. We've moved back to virtual visits through our business retention expansion program. We're hoping to get back into on-site visits as quickly as we can, but we want everyone to be safe in that process. We do continue to see a number of assistance requests from our business community, and we know that that's going to continue moving into the future. We're seeing more, I think, from our small businesses than any other sector. We're paying really close attention to what's happening to our retail small business retailers, making sure that they're connecting with the small business resource grant that the commissioners and the city council have put together for additional funding. We received an update from the city staff who's managing that on our behalf last week. The program did resume at the end of June, and they have had a strong level of applicants that have come through once again. So it's likely that those funds could be depleted rather quickly once they start putting those potential awards in front of the award group. Just looking at the most active projects that we have right now, we see Project Clash, Project Calcite Mineral, Project Glam, and Project AMP are ones that are moving forward rather quickly, and you should expect to see something from them fairly fast. I would just say that the majority of projects that we're working right now are new business attraction, which is an important component to what we do. Unfortunately, when there's a downturn, it's inevitable that there will be businesses that close and people will be displaced from jobs. And our goal with that is to first and foremost make sure that the people of this community are taken care of and that they have opportunities for employment. And then the other piece is to make sure that we're not eroding the tax base, and that our efforts to bring in additional jobs, but also additional capital investment into the community, help maintain that strong level of growth that we've seen, maintain the tax base for the community, and ensure that it's balanced and is evenly split between the business community and the citizens of the community, as it can be. With that, be happy to answer any questions about what's happening on our end. Anything else that the commissioners would like to discuss?
Any questions for Chris? Okay, hearing none, is there a motion to approve that report for recording purposes?
Motion to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion been made and second. Any other discussion? No discussion, call for a vote.
Commissioner Snell,
Aye.
Commissioner Miller,
Aye.
Judge Felton,
Aye.
Commissioner Jones,
Aye.
Commissioner Perry.
Aye.
Pass. Okay, at this time I'd like to go into executive session under 551.087, which pertains to economic development negotiations, including but not limited to discussions of commercial or financial information received from a business project in pending negotiations, potential projects and decisions of regarding the offers of financial or other incentives for business projects. So at this time, I will go into executive session. Thank you.
Judge can't hear you.
Thank you. All right, let's call meeting back to order. Dustin, I think there need to be some clarification on one of the items pertaining to Civic Plus.
Yes, sir. We just wanted to point out that the cost associated with the courtroom with the enhancements under options 1 and 2 did not include the agenda management software. That increase will come later. Just wanted to clarify that for the court, though.
Okay. All right. Any questions on that? Okay. Looking, going to item under item N2 is selection or designation of public members of the salary grievance. So we don't need to draw any more on that. And then under N3 is discussion or action regarding McLennan County Facility Master Plan. And so I'd like to call on TJ, Ken, and Zane.
Well, I guess I'll start off and just say that.
Can you hear him?
I'll start off and say that the bids for the demolition for the old jail are due Thursday afternoon. So that's moving along. So we should have a recommendation for that to the court, probably next court.
Okay.
TJ?
Yeah, so Judge, that's about the only update we have for court this week. We probably will bring up the archives chiller replacement for the next court date. We'll go ahead and get that on the agenda. That way everybody can take a look at those numbers and figures associated with it. There's some pretty substantial cost savings whenever it comes to the electricity over there with the new unit. So just want everybody to be aware of that, and we'll get that on the agenda for the next court.
Okay. Any questions anyone have for them? All right. Under N5 is approval of order granting exemption from competitive bidding and awarding contract for the Jack Harrell Detention Center for the life safety main control project. Dustin and Ken.
Yes, sir. A couple weeks ago, Major Armstrong and David Ives presented to the court the need to update main control at the Harwell facility. We were able to visit with Mike and work with Francis, and we feel this fits under one of the exemptions to bidding, and given that the main control center is a life safety component at a jail facility, and then we do have a need for both Highway 6 and Harwell to be on similar systems just for the ease of use by staff. So this exemption would grant an exemption from competitive bidding and to preserve the public health and safety of the residents of the county. And what it does, it orders that the detention center main control replacement project would be awarded to Sedaptic Incorporated for a sum not to exceed $383,110, subject to the negotiation of a contract acceptable to the county and its legal counsel.
Any questions?
Well, I know you may not send it out for a bid, but did you get any other quotations from anybody else to see if that's anywhere close to a reasonable price?
I don't believe they did. Ken, do you know?
No, we didn't. But let me say this, just a little history. And I'm going to go way back. When we built the Highway 6 jail, a company was hired to put in that security system out there. I think during construction or right after they went bankrupt, we had to bring in Sedaptic to get the system to work out at the Highway 6 jail. Let's go down the years a few, and then we did a bid RFP to replace the security system at Juvenile. And literally at the tail end of that installation, the company that we had hired went bankrupt. Then It's the same company that put in the control system at Jack Harwell. So we haven't had good luck with the people that we've hired to come in and do these security systems. And Synaptic has been able to come in and take what existed and make it work. So
there's not that many out there either. Am I right, Ken?
That's correct. There's not.
And Major Armstrong's in the courtroom, but if anyone have any questions for Ken or Major Armstrong or Dustin? Okay, what's the pleasure of the court?
Make a motion to approve the order.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion been made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion, call for a vote.
Commissioner Snell,
Aye.
Commissioner Miller,
Aye.
Judge Felton,
Aye.
Commissioner Jones,
Aye.
Commissioner Perry.
Aye.
Passed, thank you. Going to item N6, authorization of fixed asset transfer form. This is for the sheriff's office to Constable Precinct 1. The office is requesting transfer of a 2008 Ford Explorer from the sheriff's office surplus fleet set for the next auction. In turn, the constable's office would like to transfer the 2010 Ford Crown Victoria Police Interceptor to the auction. Any questions about that? Okay, what's the pleasure of the court?
Motion to approve N6.
Is there a second? I think Commissioner Jones, I think you seconded. Okay,
Second.
thank you. Any other discussion? No discussion, call for a vote.
Commissioner Snell,
Aye.
Commissioner Miller,
Aye.
Judge Felton,
Aye.
Commissioner Jones,
Aye.
Commissioner Perry.
Aye.
Pass. Okay, like to going to item O, American with Disability Act. I have nothing this week. Under P is McLennan County Venue Project authorization of phase 1, 2, and or phase 3. Under P1s regarding the architectural service agreement with Populous for the professional service invoice. Under P1A is authorization of professional service invoice for June services, invoice number 0070076. This is for $50,050 for the construction of administration services for June. Dustin, you have any comments about that? You're Ken.
Yes, sir. I just want to point out that even though Populous has not been on site in a while, we are continuing to do our weekly owner architect calls, and they are also doing virtual site walks weekly now with the team from Irwin, and I'm able to participate in those when I'm not in other meetings, and those are going well. And Populous is hoping to be able to, in either August or September, get back on site, but they are keeping close watch. I've been very happy with their involvement. So, and I believe Ken would echo that as well.
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay. What's the pleasure of the court?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion, call for a vote.
Commissioner Snell,
Aye.
Commissioner Miller,
Aye.
Judge Felton,
Aye.
Commissioner Jones,
Aye.
Commissioner Perry.
Aye.
Pass. Under Q1 is authorization of a crane estimate, Waco Crane and Rigging Service. This is for the Precinct 2 shelter. The estimate, or Ken, you want to go over this?
Yes, sir. We got a estimate from Wales for a crane to use to set the shelter at Precinct 2. The way they wrote this, they wrote it for $390 per regular hours, $470 for overtime hours, and $100 for a permit. Just, I believe we did a budget amendment, but just wanted to call it to the court's attention. I believe using this crane requires a minimum of 4 hours. So I believe just right now, the total of that would be about $1,660, including, including the permit. But we need it to, that shelter weighs over 30,000 pounds, and we need it to set the shelter on the pad.
Okay, so it's a prefab.
Yes, it's prefab
Shelter.
building.
Okay. All right. Any questions? Is there a motion to approve the estimate from Wales Crane and Rigging Service?
Motion to approve.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? No other discussion, call for a vote.
Commissioner Snell,
Aye.
Commissioner Miller,
Aye.
Judge Fulton,
Aye.
Commissioner Jones,
Aye.
Commissioner Perry.
Aye.
Pass. Under Q2, authorization of the antenna installation and estimate for Gulf Coast Steeplejack Incorporated for Precinct 1. Ken?
Yes, sir. This is the company that we've hired to install the antennas on the Precinct 1 tower for this $12,541.25. I believe that all this information, the levels and everything, were levels that were set up by Wayne Canaday before he left. So I think everything here is in good order to make that installation, and we need that before we can perform those microwave links that we've hired Motorola for.
Okay.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion, call for a vote.
Commissioner Snell,
Aye.
Commissioner Miller,
Aye.
Judge Fulton,
Aye.
Commissioner Jones,
Aye.
Commissioner Perry.
Aye.
Pass. Under the supplemental agenda, under items B, for additional items for discussion and potential action. Under B1, discussion or action on an order declaring and extending the state disaster or public health emergency for and in McLennan County through August 31st. Dustin?
Yes, sir. Just as you said, this extends our current disaster declaration through the end of August, and the city council, we've been talking to Jennifer Ritchie. They have this on their agenda this afternoon to do the same thing, to extend it through August.
Okay. Any questions? All right. What's the pleasure of the court?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion made and second. Any other discussion? No discussion, call for a vote.
Commissioner Snell,
Aye.
Commissioner Miller,
Aye.
Judge Fulton,
Aye.
Commissioner Jones,
Aye.
Commissioner Perry.
Aye.
Pass. Under B2 is authorization of county appointing of the Emergency Preparedness Advisor Committee, or EPAC. The appointment is needed for the Emergency Preparedness Advisor Committee to replace Wayne Canaday. Decision of the court. Dustin, do you have any comments on that? We talked about possible people who would qualify for that.
Kind of with the role that Michael Graham is serving in the sheriff's office and taking on some of those same duties, we thought it would be, our recommendation would be to appoint Michael Graham to this spot. He's worked closely with those grants before and feel like he would be a good fit.
And that would be subject to approval by Major Arms Sean Nixon when he gets back.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Any other nominations? If not, is there a motion to put Michael on that committee?
Motion to add Michael to the emergency preparedness committee.
Second. All right, motion been made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion, call for a vote.
Commissioner Snell,
Aye.
Commissioner Miller. Aye. Judge Felton,
Aye.
Commissioner Jones,
Aye.
Commissioner Perry.
Aye.
Pass. Are there any other items we need to clean up before we bring items that would potentially go to executive session that we'll start on after lunch? I think it pretty well got them, right?
There's an E3A.
Okay, let's see. Under E3A is Justice Peace Precinct 3. Amanda, you want to speak to this?
Give me just 1 second. I'm going to share a screen.
Okay.
Can all of you see this memorandum that was provided by Judge Perea today, or late last night, I should say? He is essentially requesting the ability to sustain the dollar placeholder and to bring this back up for further discussion in January. And he will be kind of tracking what their impact is beginning in September so that the court has more awareness to the change this creates for his particular JP office.
And I think that's what we kind of decided to do, wasn't it? That we didn't know until we provided that information, and so we put a dollar placeholder. And I think Judge Hensley set a pretty good example of what we'd like to see of increase in activity, and January would be a time we'd look at that. So.
Yes, I had provided, I'm sorry, Judge, for interrupting. I had provided both Judge Perea and Judge Hensley the questions the court had regarding their current volume and impact, whether they're behind or not behind, and whether they had any projections on what their increased business activities would look like. And so this was Judge Perea's response, and of course you saw Judge Hensley's response this morning.
Okay. All right. So I guess so what's the pleasure of the court?
Can we pull it and take no action?
Yeah. Okay, so we will pull with no action. And so the other is E3B, Justice Peace Precinct 1, Place 1. So it'd be the same on it, correct?
Yeah, I would think.
No decisions made. So pull with no action on E3B. What else?
Well, we have the incentive pay, so.
That's executive session, yeah.
And then we have the auditor's report.
So I've included the monthly report, and I can just go through that verbally
Yeah.
if you want me to go through some highlights
Yeah,
there.
let's
Get
do
that one
that.
done. Okay. You'll have the financial report through June 30th in your packet. We've been looking at this information the last month through budget discussions and looking at where we project to end up for the year. So a lot of this isn't a surprise. But just to touch on a few highlights, we're on track. Really, revenues and expenditures wise, we'll come under budget for sure. Expenditures and revenues in total, we should come right at our total estimate, both tax and non-tax revenues. A few things to highlight regarding revenues. We're, like I said, current property tax collections are going great, and we should collect right at what we budgeted. Sales tax, we just received the last few days what we collected for the month of May. So through May, that's 8 months of the year. And if you look at that same period of time, the prior year, we've collected about $750,000 more than last year for the first 8 months. So I know there's still some uncertainty on the rest of the summer, but things are looking good. And right now it's projecting that we'll actually receive a little more in sales tax than we originally budgeted for the year. alcoholic beverage tax is not a large amount, but that is one that's taken a little bit of a hit as well. We estimated to collect about 650,000 for the year, and we're looking at collecting about 550,000. So that third quarter is where we saw that dip. Expenditure wise, like I said earlier, everything is on track. Nothing out of the ordinary, nothing that looks like we're going to exceed anything excessively. And then, like I said, we've been, looking at what we're estimating to end fund balance wise for this year. And that's what we keep going back to when we look at that budget summary. So that's.
Okay. And still consideration of any department thinks that like for 2020, where they might have excess funding and they could spend that and reduce the request for the 21 budget by that amount would be helpful.
Definitely.
To have full impact.
So we can, any departments that want to do that, if it requires a budget amendment, we can get that on an agenda. And then of course the item or the service has to be received or completed in this fiscal year. But yes, definitely and after today's budget amendments, there's about 480,000 sitting in the general fund contingency. So there's that as well. If any needs come up to use that.
Okay. Any questions?
Francis,
Yes, sir.
can you send the monthly sales? You'd broken out a monthly sales tax.
Sure.
Maybe last report. Can you send that again, please?
I sure will.
Okay. Any other requests for Francis? Okay. All right. Anything else?
You'll need to take action on that, sure.
Accept.
To approve it or accept it for recording.
Oh, okay. Yeah. On the report that Francis just gave, is there a motion to approve for recording purposes?
Motion to approve for reporting.
Second.
Second. And any other discussion? If not, call for a vote.
Commissioner Snell,
Aye.
Commissioner Miller,
Aye.
Judge Felton,
Aye.
Commissioner Jones,
Aye.
Commissioner Perry.
Aye.
Pass.
I think we just have the budget, the incentive pay, and the health information left.
Okay. And we're posted for through the day, but does it have, when you start back after lunch, does it have a time or can I set a
Just
time?
recess.
Okay, it's 11:15.
Before you do that, I just had one request of Amanda. If we're going to do the department head incentives, I have not received a copy of the individual scores. Could you forward that to me by this evening?
Can you hear me?
Uh-huh.
That should have been in the packet that was distributed to all the court members. There should be a page and it details the position number, the title, the rating.
But it is, I just seen an average. I didn't see an individual rating on the scores that we all scored on.
I understand what you're asking for. Yes, sir, I'll provide that to you.
Thank you.
Any other information needed for meeting after lunch? Is since we're breaking for at 11:15, is 1 o'clock okay? Or you need a little bit more time to return calls or those things?
I'm good with 1 o'clock.
Okay. Okay. All right, we will recess and come back and at 1 p.m. Thank you. Start video. I mean, that one?
Hello.
Well, I must have this.
There.
All right. Is everybody home? Okay. Start, call the meeting back to order. I just, okay. Let's go to item E7 under burn ban. Talk to emergency management about the drought index, and the numbers are there. They said that there's several days of chance of rain, and if we wanted to wait a couple of days, we could do that. So what that would entail is the court allow me to put the burn ban on as long as the numbers are there and we're clear to go. And I would imagine if we don't get some rain in the next couple of days, we would need to put the burn ban on. I talked to some volunteer fire department folks this week, and they're having more grass fires and those things. And some of them are caused from people burning brush piles and the wind picks up and gets away from them. So if court would allow me to do that, then I'll evaluate it the rest of this week. Any questions or comments about that? Any other recommendations?
I make a motion that we allow the county judge to put the burn ban in effect if numbers require it.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion, call for a vote.
Commissioner Snell.
Aye.
Commissioner Miller.
Aye.
Judge Felton.
Aye.
Commissioner Jones. Commissioner Perry.
Aye.
Okay, pass. I guess at this time, let's go to the discussion regarding the under G1 is the bids, RFPs, RFQs, authorization of recommendation for RFP 20-016 McLennan County Insurance, including the TPA provider network and pharmacy benefits, et cetera. So I know several people involved on that, but I would start with Ken Bass and then Will and Dustin and Randy and Amanda bring it up, Rosemary. So let's have an open discussion about it.
This is Amanda Talbert. I just wanted to ask, I think we were hoping to discuss the financial performance of the self-funded health plan first, if the court would be willing to oblige. I believe that was N7A. Randy, do you agree? Sorry, Randy, I was just asking if the court is willing, would you prefer to discuss the status of the health fund first before discussing the RFP?
I think that is a good logical order if you like it.
Yeah, that's good. So that would be under N7?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right.
And then Randy, are you wanting to share your screen to provide that presentation, or do you want me to pull it up?
I'm going to give it a shot here. So I believe that you can see it now.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, thank you. I'm Randy McGraw with Hub International, and fortunately, I'm not there in Waco, but it's always a pleasure to work with the county. And the purpose of this presentation is to give you a financial status of the plan as it exists right now, and the forecast for the future. It's all good news. Basically, there's no recommendations for any changes in contributions from either the county or employees in terms of pay reductions or contributions into the plan. And then later in today's court session, there's another presentation where we'll go over some recommendations on some plan changes, not just in the health plan, but some of your other plans as well. So with that, I'll start rolling through this. I hope. There we go. So basically, the plan's been performing pretty well. One of the phenomena that's happening, not just in McLennan County, but across the nation, and it's been addressed, and you've probably read about it in the news too, and I would just refer to it as deferred or abated claim. And that would mean that while we're going through the throes of the pandemic and curtailing access for non-essential care from hospital and medical providers, that's caused some of the claim spend in the last couple of months to decline. And even prior to that, McLennan County's risk has improved over the last couple of years. And so what you can see here on this slide is just a summary of how things are changing and what I would call a gross cost basis. So the pace of medical inflation going back quite a ways is currently negative 13%. So relative to a year ago this time, it's down. Prescription drug inflation is up just a little bit at 4%, but overall the cost of claims have been declining at a pace of about 10% in total. And that's what you can see in this linear chart right now. The gray line is the overall reduction in claims. So the just kind of move along. If we look on page 6, this is your monthly gross claims index. This is claims data through the month of April. And you can see March and April claims data on the far right-hand part of the page has declined significantly. The consumption of prescription drugs hasn't changed that much. People can either, they're still being able to go to the pharmacy and take their prescription, or they can take advantage of mail order pickup too for their prescription drug. On a straight line projection for net paid claims, we look like we'll be coming in under budget for the next year. And this report is one that I would call our dashboard report, and it keeps track of changes in enrollment, the average cost per member per month. It's sliced and diced in a lot of different ways. One of the things to take a look at too is you can see we've had some improvement in growth in the consumer-driven health plan. Of course, there's two plans. You have a base plan, and then you have your consumer-driven health plan. So you can see that you've had some growth over time. You can also see the growth that you had when you brought some of your contracted employees back in as McLennan County employees. One thing that's happening right now is that the average cost under the consumer-driven health plan is temporarily higher than the base plan. The reason for that is that some of your larger claimants are falling in that category. And speaking of larger claimants, this is the comparison of year over year of large claims. So this report tracks any claim in excess of $100,000. The county carries a reinsurance deductible of $175,000, which means that claims in excess of that deductible are covered by the carrier, who is currently Companion Life. And then at the bottom of the page too, you can see some notes that say 2 laser, 1 laser. So Each year at renewal time, we're presented with options to either pay more in premium or take on some risk. So laser just means there's a few individuals that have a higher deductible than the $175,000 threshold. So for example, you can see in 2019, this number 2 claimant was number 3 were in excess of the $175,000 limit, but they actually had higher deductibles on just 2 people. So the losses overall, in terms of what the stop loss carriers paid, have been actually pretty good for the stop loss carrier. On a moving average basis, you can see on our per member per month cost, you can see claims declining, as well as if you measure it on a per employee per month cost. So there is also some discussion in the industry too, or debate on whether these deferred or abated claims will come back once the doors all fully open and people go back to rescheduling procedures that they may have postponed. And so there's debate on whether everybody who skipped a procedure comes back and has it done, or maybe there might be some where they decide they don't need it anymore, or it could be deferred at some point into the future. In our forecasting, we're not just relying on straight line projections. We're also assuming that at some point in the future, some of these claims that didn't happen in March and April will come back and show up in the future. Here you can see our cost comparison based on relationship. The biggest number of people covered in the plan are, of course, your employees, which is the blue line, and followed by children, which is the green line, and then spousal coverage is the red line. You can see part of the reason some of the trend lines spike up in the past is just due to that's where some of the large claims are coming from, and it skews the data for about a 12-month time period. So again, you can see here, we're going through a period where we're not having significant large claims, and that's helping the pool or the fund out tremendously. And then here you can see the trend lines also going based upon the benefit plan that people are selected in. So currently the consumer-driven health plan is running a little bit higher cost than the base plan, but at some point in the future, as the risk starts to settle proportionally, you should see it turn to where the base plan will end up costing more than the consumer-driven plan. So here, just measuring revenues versus expenses. And several years ago, these two were flip-flopped, where the base plan was really high and the consumer-driven health plan is way low. But what you can see is the green bar are revenues coming in, the blue bar are claims expenses going out. So you can see how it's relative to those two plans. And ideally, we're not in this to make a profit or bank a profit. We're here to try to do things efficiently as we go forward. And so then that takes us to our projections for the next year. So even though our trend assumptions are currently in the negative territory, our forecast for the next year, we're going to assume that the past claims experience is still going to accelerate between here and the end of the year at a pace of at least 5%. And then for the year 2021, the plan year starts on January the 1st, that we're assuming that perhaps even more claims may come rolling in January or February that were deferred at this current time period. So those are some very conservative, healthy assumptions to go forward. We don't want to shortchange the health fund because over the years, the county has transferred money in to help hold employee rates constant at where they are. And so you can see too, for the first time in a very long time, that on December 31 of 2019, according to the auditors, you had a fund balance of about $3.4 million. We think you're on track to finish it at the end of this year with about $4 million. And so going forward in the next year, in this part of the forecast, this assumes everything stays the same as what it is right now with your current provider. So as you're aware, we have the RFP results to go over in the next presentation. But this is all, until that happens, we don't know what the outcome is based on Scott and White going forward. And you can see, even with these conservative assumptions, we think fund balance will continue to grow. The pace of growth should start to slow down next year. But again, it's not a case of like we've had to deal with a few years back where we're asking the court to try to find money to infuse into the plan to help offset expenses and restore your fund balance. Your fund balance is looking good for the health plan. We also have a similar accounting tracking for your dental plan. So 2019, be facing some fully insured rate increases from your dental and your vision carriers. The county elected to self-insure those two risks. And you can see too, and they did it without changing the rate. So rolling the clock back to January of 2019, Delta Dental wanted about a 10% rate increase. We retained Delta Dental to act as your claims administrator. So they work in the same capacity, it's just a dental plan instead of a health plan. But your fund balance at the end of 2019 was $111,000. And we think that by the end of this year, it maybe drift down to 81,000. And even though next year at 81,000, we think it may drift down to about 35,000. And then we have some additional recommendations coming back on plan design changes. One of the next presentations on the dental plan, talk about some enhancements to the plans. All of your plans are looking really good in terms of the forecast for going next year. I appreciate the opportunity to present this because we wanted to make sure we kind of level set the playing field of where we are right now before we start to discuss where we're going in the future as we address RFP items and benefit change. Then that would conclude the report. You can answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, Randy. Any questions?
No.
Okay. So, Amanda, you want to go back to the other item? Let's see.
Yes, sir. I think we are, or I guess, Dustin, do we need to take action on 7A and accept that for recording purposes first?
Okay. All right. Yes. If there's no question, is there a motion to approve 7A for recording purposes?
Motion to approve for recording purposes.
Second.
Motion made and second. Any other discussion? No discussion, call for a vote.
Commissioner Snell,
Aye.
Commissioner Miller,
Aye.
Judge Fulton,
Aye.
Commissioner Jones,
Aye.
Commissioner Perry.
Aye.
Pass. Okay, Amanda, where do you want to go next?
Thank you. We would like to go to item G1 related to the RFP. Is that correct, Randy?
Yep.
Okay.
So thank you again. It's still me, Randy, with Hub International. So the purpose of this presentation is to review the summary of the RFP process that is coming forth to the court for consideration of award. And with that, there were some, sure that worked. So the content here is a lot of information that went into the project, a lot of work. Your evaluation team did an excellent job. They asked some fantastic questions. They pressed your vendors very hard on all of their answers, etc. And there was a printed, or I guess a hard copy of this that was sent to the court previously. And on slide 3, there are a couple of changes that were made here, which I've sent back to you so that you have the same printed version or a hard copy version of what you're seeing. The corrections were just in a date and a naming on this part. But this all began well in advance of April the 9th. So there were a lot of planning and steps to be preparing for the RFP. But then the RFP itself was released on April the 9th, and then it was held open until May the 7th was the due date. So proposers had a full month to work on it. They asked a ton of questions, and everything was answered in accordance with the right process. In the first part of June, after we took the information in and compiled it, we started to begin meeting with your evaluation committee. And it took several days to go over the mass volume of information that was received. And then once the committee met and had some discussion on who should be considered finalists were invited to give presentations, and all these things were managed virtually. So no vendors came into your offices. Everything was done online in a virtual format, similar to your meeting today. So the finalists made their presentations. Then there was a request for best offers that came back in. And then the committee convened again just before July 13 was the date where the information became available. And then the following week met in earnest for discussion. And here we find ourselves today, July 21st, with the recommendations. And the evaluation criteria for each of the services that were requested, you can see on the screen there. So cost had a pretty high rating. Meeting the county's needs was second highest. Quality of the response and any other relevant factors, 10-point value. There were 100 maximum points for each of the categories in which they were scored. This might look a little small on your screen, but this is a table that shows who offered what. And I was impressed. I thought you had a great response rate to the RFP. And then in the health plan, the big ticket item, you had responses from Aetna, Blue Cross Blue Shield in conjunction with Texas Association of Counties, Cigna, and also Scott and White. And the only major carrier missing from that mix would have been Humana. And Humana hasn't been that strong of a player in the group commercial market. So you got proposals from all of the major carriers that were interested in pursuing your opportunity. There were also solicitations for administration of your dental plan, your life insurance offering, and your long-term disability offering. There was also requests for proposals with regards to online enrollment systems, which came in as well. So this table here shows who all bid on which categories, and just some additional notes. We also solicited proposals for your Section 125 plan administration. Currently, the county auditor's office self-administers this plan, the flexible spending account and the dependent care account. That's an opportunity where employees can set money aside on a pre-tax basis and then use those funds to reimburse themselves for their medical expense or their dental or vision expense out-of-pocket amounts, as well as dependent day care. There have been a lot of changes here this year too with the pandemic and softening of some of the rules because a lot of people that perhaps had their kids in dependent care, all of a sudden the dependent care places weren't staffed or operating, et cetera. So there's a lot of rules. Anyhow, that's kind of a summary of all the different proposals that came through. So we'll kind of go through the short version and the summary of each of the categories that were scored and evaluated. And at the end, there's a table that says who's being recommended by the insurance committee. And as we go through the slides, I've highlighted in yellow who the recommended vendor was. So it may seem strange, but Scott and White was not invited to be one of your finalists. And a large part of that was just due to cost and price comparison once the information came in from the other vendors. But we did put them on the chart here so that you could see how they fell in terms of the data they provided to the county and their response. So there was a huge price differential offered from United Healthcare. And you can see there's two categories of expenses. So just like you saw in our forecast detail, that had line item details for administrative expense, reinsurance expense, things like that. That's referred to in this summary as fixed costs. Those are costs that you pay to your administrator, not counting any claims expense. Then claims expense gets added into the equation, and it comes from two different categories: medical claims expense and prescription drug expense. And so when the committee was looking at the detail, there's a lot of infinite detail, detailed information that was included in their assessment. A lot of that information is marked confidential by the provider. We looked at provider network matches to make sure that the appropriate providers were included in the network the county was interested in. But you can see there was a very significant cost projection differential for United Healthcare relative to any of the other finalists or the incumbent administrator, Cont and Dais. Go on to the next one, and feel free to ask questions along the way if you have any. On the dental plan administration, as I mentioned earlier, Delta Dental currently administers the dental plan, and the dental plan has been performing well. It was a nice, smooth transition because the county had used Delta Dental on a fully insured basis for quite some time. So the transition to a self-insured platform should have not been noticed by any of your membership because it was still a Delta Dental card and access to a Delta Dental provider. Even from the very beginning, Delta Dental's administrative fee, in my mind, was high. We brought that up, and they did initially bid the same rate of $5 per employee per month, and then the best and final process, they came back and lowered it to $3.50. The caveat, which is shown below them on this table. So in your Delta Dental provider network, there's two tiers of providers. And one of them, the big network, is just the regular network. And then they have a secondary network, which kind of fills a few gaps they call the premier network. So part of their price proposal in lowering the cost from $5 to $3.50 was that they would keep negotiated discounts from people accessing the premier network to offset their administrative expense. And the only issue there, you can see, even just on the $3.50, they're still not the most cost competitive administrator. The shared savings on the premier network, about $30,000 of savings. Instead of having the plan meet those savings, it turns into an additional fee for Delta Dental. So the committee looked very diligently at the provider networks from any of the other finalists, and they're all listed here. And Cigna overall had the best combination of low administrative expenses and the best overall match in terms of providers that are considered in the network. So the recommendation for administration of the dental plan would be Cigna. For COBRA administration, this is not a very big ticket item. Current vendor is WageWorks. Again, we put them on the list. They did not provide a proposal to the county. So we have to change the COBRA administrator. You can see the three finalists that were there. Tax and associated and United Healthcare. That it was felt by the committee that even though there's a small cost difference, keeping everything in-house at United Healthcare to administer the majority of claims that are out there, or the COBRA events, made good sense. And that was what drove the recommendation for United Healthcare. On the Section 125 plan administration, like I mentioned previously, that's a benefit that auditors administers themselves. So prior to the RFP last year, McLennan County solicited proposals outside of a structured bid process to come up and see, what the cost of administration of the flexible spending account, or Section 125 plan would be. And you can see that currently there's actually only about 109 or 110 people that currently participate in this plan. So the cost of the plan falls way below your threshold for requiring a competitive bid process. But since we were going out to bid, we decided to throw it in the mix early on, and hence the proposals that are coming back. So while this would be an expense that the county hasn't directly absorbed in terms of paying a fee, the county's expense really is just however much it costs for the county auditor's office to administer it separately. By going through one of these vendors, one of the enhancements that will happen is that there will be a debit card made available, which helps expedite the reimbursement process on claim. So in other words, if you're going to pick up some drugs and you want to use part of your flexible spending account to pay your share of the copay, you can do so with your debit card, as opposed to paying for it and then submitting a claim and then waiting for your claim to get reimbursed. And the recommendation there is United Healthcare. On the basic life insurance, this is an issue the county HR department has struggled with over the last quite a few years. So one of the things that happens inside of the life insurance plan, and there's two parts of life insurance. There's basic life insurance, that's the portion paid for by the county for all employees for coverage that they get at no expense to themselves, as well as your retirees. And then there's the supplemental life insurance, and that's an expense that is borne by employees who want to purchase additional term life insurance on themselves or their spouses or their children. So one of the issues that HR has had is just lack of good service coming from Dearborn, which changed their name to Blue Cross and Blue Shield, which helps complicate which Blue Cross we're talking about. At any rate, the recommendation is for United Healthcare. Part of that ties to the decision recommendation for online enrollment later on. So while the cost on the basic life to the county is slightly higher, there's a discount if you purchase life insurance that gets applied to your online enrollment system. So that's part of what drives it. The discount on the online enrollment system tallies about $12,000 in a year. So you can see by spending $4,000 of the extra money from the county, leaves you $12,000 on your online enrollment system recommendation. On the supplemental life insurance, again, kind of going back and focusing on the administration and customer service, is that when an employee first joins the county, they have an opportunity to enroll up to $150,000 of life insurance on themselves with no questions asked. That's referred to as guarantee issue. Now, in subsequent dates after that fact, if an employee says, you know what, I think I would like to have some more, and maybe they enrolled for 50,000 and they want to change it to 100,000. But at that stage of the game, the guarantee issue provision does not apply. And what happens instead is the applicant has to provide evidence of insurability, which means answering a series of health questions. Based on the underwriter's determination, it could call for additional information or additional physical exams before they'll agree to consider raising the volume. So in the business, we just refer to it as E of I, but the E of I process has been extremely horrible with your current life insurance vendor. So one of the things that we did in the RFP process too, though, was to go to our finalists and say, would you, for the county's benefit, declare a one-time special open enrollment where anybody who didn't buy up to the guarantee issue amount when they first had a chance gets a second bite at the apple, and each of the vendors except for Blue Cross / Dearborn agreed to that provision. So you can see here in the supplemental life rate, United Healthcare matched the current rates that Dearborn / Blue Cross offered. And so this is important for all of the participants in the plan out there is in the upcoming open enrollment. This is your one time to get additional life insurance, no questions asked, up to the $150,000 threshold if you're an employee. I would encourage everybody to remember that, and we'll be sure to remind you as you start to go through your open enrollment process later this year. You can see that MetLife and Voya from TAC had some lower price points, but again, keeping the life insurance with one vendor has some administrative cost effectiveness and also less hassle maintaining paperwork between various vendors. And the only way that you can purchase any of the additional items from TAC is if you buy everything from TAC. So we can't go to TAC and say, we like the Voya life insurance proposal, which was very competitive on the basic life amount, unless we buy their health plan administration. They have that rule that goes across the board on all of their offerings under TAC. So TAC, and just to go back and fill in some gaps I may have glossed over, Texas Association of Counties subcontracts to Blue Cross Blue Shield to administer the health plan, and they subcontract to a pharmacy benefit manager named Navitus to administer their prescription drug program. So TAC itself isn't providing any of the administrative services when it comes to claims payment, allowable charges. They're just kind of an aggregator for counties around the state to come together to get better purchasing power. Then they look for vendors to fill the gaps on things that they offer. On the long-term disability, similar statements with Dearborn/Blue Cross in terms of evidence of insurability. Same rules apply there in terms of at a future date, if you decide you want to increase your disability volume, you have to go through the evidence of insurability process. So in this case here, you had a lot of vendors not change the rates. MetLife had a competitive offer, but again, with the purchase of the disability helps drive the $12,000 offset to online enrollment system. So again, the recommendation there was United Healthcare. From a cost basis, it's neutral to employees for life insurance and disability. So the online enrollment system, and this will play a good role in the county's administration of the health plan. And it's something that I think you should have considered a while back. And you have some remnants or processes through your Tyler Munis system, but they're very antiquated. So again, last year, we looked at online enrollment systems and found some vendors below the $50,000 threshold, but decided to wait until the RFP process to formally request proposals for online enrollment systems. And so what you can see here is TEB is the name of a online enrollment vendor. They had a very competitive price. United Healthcare's price is a little bit higher at the $28,000 threshold. But you can see in the notes down below, once you apply the discounts for multi-line purchases for United Healthcare, that cost would drop to $16,000, or it drops by $12,000 over the total. And then you can see B Swift, which is affiliated with Aetna. It's a very robust and comprehensive system, but it's also pretty expensive. So the recommendation on the online enrollment system is to utilize United Healthcare system. We had each one of the vendors give a demonstration on that, including TAC. But again, the only problem with TAC is that TAC will only use their system for products that are offered through TAC. So their online enrollment system, if you pick Dearborn or Cigna for the dental or NVA as your vision carrier, they won't work with any outside vendors. They only work with inside the TAC family. So they started a presentation. When they got to that critical element, we're like, that's not going to fly for us. So they kind of dropped off the grid as far as that goes. So then, in summary for the recommendation, you can see the recommendation is United Healthcare across the board for each service with the exception of the dental plan, which would be Cigna. And that's the fastest I've ever gone through that much information on an RFP summary. But happy to answer any questions that you might have.
All right, any questions?
Yeah, Randy. So with Cigna, going to the online enrollment system, that should get it all in one group where we've just got one set of documents to work with, correct?
Well, it's going to have one name at the top of it, but each one of them has its own separate agreement. So life insurance is an insurance product regulated by the state, as well as supplemental life insurance. But yes, they're all within the United Healthcare family, but
So
they'll be separate documents for each service.
But it looks like with going with that one, it's going to make it much more streamlined where we do it online and not have to go individually into the group room to have everybody together again this year.
Correct, and thank you for refreshing my memory. So the online enrollment system will stop the huge paper chase that happens every year in late November. So in the past, you've had meetings where people come down to the courthouse. Do you call that the annex, I guess? The walkway. I remember seeing you there each year. So there's no longer a need to come there, and everything will be conducted electronically online. And that's part of the importance of making sure we got this recommendation to the court as soon as possible, because it takes a while to build out the online system so that it's ready to go when it reaches your online enrollment. So we've got a good 90-day lead time to make sure the system is up, running, and tested. And so there's no need to come in and physically fill out paperwork anymore. All of the paperwork needed to make all of your elections and everything can now be conducted online. Could be from your office, could be from your home. And part of my recommendation, usually for customers that go through this in the first phase, is we may not totally do away with a physical location that people can come to. There's going to be some people that say they're just not comfortable doing it electronically, and maybe they want to come down to the courthouse and visit with somebody. But when they visit with them, it's all going to happen online. It's not going to be a form that you fill out. You're going to go into the system. You're going to make your changes in elections. You're going to hit save, etc. And then all of that information gets routed out to whomever it needs to go to. So the online system collects the data and then transmits it to, in this case would be Cigna. They could also transmit it to your vision administrator, national vision administrator, and then any other items that may come along in between. It doesn't have to be United Healthcare. They can work with any insurance carrier that's out there. Their system works easily with their own, including the evidence of insurability process. So your current evidence of insurability requires a member to fill out paper, send it off to the carrier, and then there's this paper snail mail exchange back and forth. You forgot to check this, you need to answer that. With using it and United Healthcare to offer to those two insurance products, the whole evidence of insurability thing can take place online. So there'll be no paperwork involved in that. It should expedite it, make it extremely beneficial for HR at different points as we're collecting the data during open enrollment. They'll know exactly who's been in there, who hasn't. System tracks every click that they make, and it's going to greatly take administration burden off the HR department.
Good. Yeah, it sounds like it really streamlined the process. Now, once the individual's through, can they print a hard copy of their answers?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
So it's going to maintain, and to the extent possible, when it first opens up, it'll be pre-populated with a lot of all of your basic information. So just like in the past, you had the county saying, well, here's your form, it's your name, address, etc. All of that's going to be pre-populated, so you as the individual doesn't have to re-enter all of your data. You can make changes to it, but all of that stuff will be conducted electronically. I have a lot of people say they're just not comfortable doing things on computers. And my question to them is then, so how do you buy your movie tickets? Because now that we're not really going to the movies, but a lot of things and goods and services that you use can be done electronically online, and this online enrollment system you can make it using your smartphone.
Can't hear you now. Can't hear you.
Oh. Can you hear me now?
So I'll just speak to the online enrollment also too. There is not going to be a way that we can get a large amount of people in one space. It's just not feasible with a COVID-19. And we just, so I feel like this is the online enrollment system is very important.
I have a comment. It's okay.
Okay, Francis.
On the section 125. So the amount up there, Randy, that you spoke on, the estimate was based on like 100 and you said 110 employees, I think.
Yes.
So currently we have 24. So does that affect, I didn't know if that rate was based on like a certain amount of employees, if that would change.
No. So the census, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. So the census data for enrollees and all the different programs was provided, and the rate is the rate. Doesn't matter if there's 24 or 100 or however many that there are.
Okay, yeah, we just have
to do is just make the total cost go down for you.
Okay. I just wanted to double check.
Yeah, so it's a good benefit. Now you do have a health savings account feature with your health plan as well, and you know everything that's deductible expense or can be allowed under the flexible spending account. It's the same list of eligible expenses under the health savings account. So under the health savings account, you cannot use the flexible spending account at the same time. You have to pick one or the other. And the health savings account has a rollover provision, meaning any money that you put into the plan that you don't use rolls over to future years. Flexible spending account, you make an election, and if you don't use it, you lose it. So it's a good vehicle for people that aren't in the consumer-driven health plan to set money aside on a pre-tax basis to help them save money and make their healthcare more affordable. But if you're going to move into the consumer-driven health plan, HSA is a much better option for you. Plus, the county contributes money to your health savings account.
If I may piggyback on what Randy has done here in his presentation, I just want to make a few comments. We initially reviewed all the responses and narrowed the field to those that submitted the best responses based on financial assessment and network considerations. We reviewed and narrowed the field proposals more, well, we reviewed in the narrowed field proposals more closely and initiated questions for best and final offers. After receiving those, we came up with these recommendations, but I also want to say the county benefits consultant, Hub International, Randy McGraw, put together an analysis of the responses. The insurance work group reviewed those responses and Randy's analysis, and we then participated as a group in a scoring exercise, and I include those scoring grids with the recommendation I wrote out as well, so you can see the tallies on how these different offerings were scored.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments?
Would anybody, Ken, Amanda, would y'all like to comment about this morning's activity at all? Randy?
Sure, I could take a crack at that. So go roll it back to where we began. So as I mentioned at the very beginning, when the proposals came in, there were some eye-popping results that at the very beginning that just, in my words, were almost too good to be true. So in that was primarily related to the response coming in from United Healthcare. And so as we progressed through the process, we quizzed United Healthcare, made them reconfirm all of their expectations, projections, representations, guarantees, and still a very good offer. Not only is it a good offer financially, but the United Healthcare benefit platform is based on a PPO, Preferred Provider Organization network. So a PPO has both an in-network and an out-of-network benefit level. So it opens up the playing field for people to be able to access member or providers, whether they're in or out of the network. Now, if you go out of network, you're going to have a higher cost-sharing amount in terms of deductibles or co-pays or benefit percentages. But it's a very strong offer. And United Healthcare also has the ability, as does TAC and as does Aetna, to narrow down their network. So they can narrow it down. Both Aetna and TAC can make the plan perform as if it's an HMO, and in the world they might call it an EPO, Exclusive Provider Organization, as well as United Healthcare. So under Scott and White, the cost advantages just were not there to materialize. They were not identified to be a finalist. And there was a lot of discussion at that time to say, do we just, since they're an administrator, do you owe it to them to make them a finalist? And after a long, lengthy discussion, the outcome from the committee was we're comfortable with the 3 finalists that we selected: Aetna, TAC, and United Healthcare. So as your information is starting to become public with the posting of your agenda, et cetera, that's raised the attention level, and representatives from Scott and White have been reaching out to the county, ask, what's going on? Why am I not getting any questions or anything? And especially once the item was posted on the agenda, they became aware that this thing is moving forward and it doesn't look like we were invited to the party. So there's been a lot of outreach from Scott and White directed at the county, various points of contact, whether it's purchasing, human resources, commissioners, myself. And while we're inside the bid process, in order to make sure we adhere to your purchasing policies, it's not normal to give updates or inside information to any vendor, but that doesn't stop any of them from asking. So a lot of them might ask, well, what's going on? Haven't heard from you. And the standard answer is generally, we're in the middle of a process. We're doing our evaluation. If there's a need to contact you, we will. So that escalated to direct communications in the last 48 hours, including emails that were sent as late as 12:27 p.m. this afternoon from Scott and White offering to change their proposal. But the problem with that is that this is a structured purchasing process. All of your proposers need to be treated equally and fair. And the right way to have handled it would have been for them to have an improved or better offer at the very beginning. But unfortunately, they didn't make the cut, and they weren't invited to be a finalist. They weren't invited to improve their offer. And here, with 30 minutes to go before you reconvene your court session at 1 o'clock, they're sending emails saying, we're willing to do this, that, and the other. But the response from the county, after consultation with your attorneys too, is that we can't just bend or break the rules just for you. We have to follow the process and the procedure. And so even though they've made attempts to make changes to the proposal, the county's position is it's too late for you to do that. We're already past that stage. We're at a position where we need to make some decisions. can't wait on you to finalize any other arrangements, nor can we allow other vendors to come in 30 minutes before the court session and say we want to change our deal. So that's just a FYI that there's been some attempts to contact, but the county is going to stick to its guns and follow the process.
So you may have said it, but I may have not been listening. But are we going to have the same, at least the same doctor coverage with United as what we have now, or better?
There'll be part of the process was in their responses of everybody is that they had to give us what we call a network indicator of who all is in the provider network, and we were able to match that with your actual utilization patterns. So I don't have it on the screen, but it's a very strong match. There may be a few providers that maybe a person might have seen 1 or 2 times in the last year that aren't a match, but all of your highest frequency providers are good matches, actually not just with United Healthcare, but with both Aetna and Blue Cross as well. It was a very good, strong match. And another key important provision for the county, and frankly, the reason that you're going out to bid this year, was the issues that you've had with Ascension Providence Hospital being considered an in-network hospital with Scott and White. That's part of their late breaking news, is they're telling us they're on the brink of signing an agreement and we'll have it any day now, maybe next week. But again, the county can't just sit around and wait for people. You've got to take action on your own. But the provider match is very strong.
Okay, good. Thank you. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? I think we've got a lot of respect for Dr. Scott and White, but we have to follow a process, which we did, and we're down the road with it. If there's not any other comments, I'd like to go to under G1, decision of the Commissioner's Court on these recommendations. So what's the pleasure of the court?
Make a motion that we approve G1 recommendations of the purchasing director, the insurance work group, and Randy McGraw at Hub International.
Second.
Motion been made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion, call for a vote.
Commissioner Snell,
Aye.
Commissioner Miller,
Aye.
Judge Felton,
Aye.
Commissioner Jones,
Aye.
Commissioner Perry.
Aye.
Pass. Okay, I'd like for you to go to item N7B. And this is discussion or action regarding the premium on county contribution amounts, plan enhancements, and auxiliary insurance coverages. Amanda, are you going to lead this discussion?
Sir, I'm also going to ask that Randy begin this discussion, and I'll join in to assist in answering any questions.
Okay.
So it's me again. And so what I'll do is I'll walk through the summary. I believe there's an additional backup memo, additional information that's back up, but this presentation will go through the highlights of the changes. So there's a couple of changes that we're making recommendations for in both the medical plan, the dental plan, and the vision plan. And so the short little caveat here too is, as now that you've made some decisions and we're going to begin the transition and implementation process, as we work through that process, we may come across some things that we want to consider. So we may be back to the court in the future if there's something that comes up that says, or to us, we think, well, that's a good idea. maybe we should consider that. But regardless of what happens at the end of the path, there'll be new benefit booklets for the medical, dental, and vision plans. All those will be brought back to the court, of course, for approval in the future. So the first one relates to a concept that was presented by United Healthcare, where they feel that having access to primary care is important, especially for children. And their proposition is if you waive your copay for primary care on dependent children under the age of 18, that will promote better access and relationships with your primary care providers and could help eliminate additional use of urgent care facilities, freestanding emergency rooms, or even regular hospital emergency rooms in the future by knowing and having that pre-established relationship. So part of the analysis in here was to take a look back in 2019 and say, if we were to waive copays for dependent children to see primary care providers, how much would that cost the plan? Because by waiving the copay, the expense becomes part of the county's expense. And the answer to that question is about $18,600 a year. Now, a trip to an emergency room is easily going to cost $1,000 a pop. So that would be equivalent to 18 avoided trips to the emergency room. For a lot of common trips to the emergency room for dependent children might relate to earache, stomach ache, fevers in the night, and things like that. So knowing that you have this relationship with your primary care provider and you're on top of some of those issues can offset that and also lead to greater long-term healthcare savings. So we debated that and we vetted it and agreed that it would be worth considering for the county to waive the copay for children under the age of 19. I think 18.
Randy, how many emergency room visits did they have during that time?
For that, I'd have to go dig back through some additional data, and we don't know. We didn't run a analysis on those claimants. We can still do it to try to see if they did, but part of the strategy is just a cost avoidance strategy.
Well, I mean, if we're not having a cost, there's no use in avoiding it. I'd really like to know how many times we've had that age group actually go to the emergency room.
Okay, that will take a few days. We have to collect some data and mine it for you to come up with an answer to that. We can certainly do that. It's not just emergency rooms in the past, but also emergency rooms in the future. I think we both understand what you're saying.
And also urgent care.
Urgent care, yeah.
More expensive.
I think also in our discussions is sometimes a parent may have to delay taking the child to see a physician because of having to make the copay.
We can see the head count over there. That was 202 dependent children had visits to the primary care doctor last year. So, and I addressed this too in the update on the plan's financial performance. This is just a reminder, there's no recommendation to change any of the funding requirements for the county or employees. So payroll deductions stay constant as we move forward. For the dental plan, it's not uncommon to have multiple benefit plan choices. And the dental plan is voluntary, meaning all the expenses are paid by employees through their payroll deduction. And so a couple of things are being considered here. So just like the medical plan where we have two choices, we're proposing that there be two choices of dental benefits going forward as well. And so you'll notice the key things here is that historically and for a very long time, over 10 years, your calendar year maximum benefit for your dental plan is $1,200 per person per calendar year. So for any of you that have had to go to the dentist for a root canal and a crown, you can zip through $1,200 with just that one encounter. So $1,200 hasn't been adjusted for inflation in a very long time. More employers are offering dental plans that have calendar year benefit maximums beginning in the $2,000 range. And not everybody is going to go out and consume $2,500 of benefits in a year, but that's what is being proposed, to raise the calendar year maximum up so that you get about the same amount of dental services way back when you first initiated. So we're just catching up with inflation as far as that goes. You can see too, these are the monthly costs of the options. So currently for single coverage, $25.70, 70 cents to offer a higher calendar year maximum. And you can see the impact for employees. And again, this is a difficult thing to do sometimes when you're an employee sitting on the evaluation committee and you're telling yourselves, let's give ourselves a rate increase. But it comes with the added value for the benefit. And then the second one would be that there's been a lot of requests over time where employees talk to HR and ask, why can't I as an adult have more stuff? So the answer is, well, it's just never really been that way, although some plans offer orthodontic coverage. So the buy-up plan would include raising the calendar year maximum to $2,500 and adding benefits for adults under orthodontia. Now, orthodontia has a $1,000 lifetime benefit. So that would be the most that anybody can consume under that plan. And now for that, it does have a bigger impact. You can see how that's there. So early discussions were, let's add orthodontia and raise the calendar year benefit. And then discussions kind of moved in the direction of, well, maybe I don't want to pay for your orthodontia. I don't need it. I don't know why I have to pay for it. So creating the two different options allows people that want to buy up can do so at their own expense. Those would be the recommendations for making changes to the dental plan. And then the last plan to address could be the vision plan. And there's not a whole lot that goes on in a vision exhibit or a vision benefit. But one of the things that's become more prevalent would be the fitting fees that optometrists charge for contact fitting. So just like they have fitting fees for glasses, things like that, for contact lenses, fitting fees have not been considered an eligible expense, usually run about $50 per fitting. So one of the provisions there was to just add that into the benefit. That it works the way that they thought it would when they read the benefit. The second thing too is that in the current plan, you can replace your lenses once every year, but frames in the vision plan you can only replace every other year. So that part is also being recommended to allow you to purchase a new set of.
Andy, I think you're losing some of your network connectivity or something because it's kind of skipping a bit and we're kind of hearing every other word.
Okay, sorry. How about now?
Much better.
Okay. I probably don't have I'm not sure which microphone's working. I'll face kind of this direction. Yep.
Yeah,
so,
when you face that direction, it works better.
Okay. Got two microphones, just not sure which one's working. Okay, so again, what we're talking about here in terms of changes to the vision plan was to allow people to replace their frames every year as opposed to every other year. And then to also allow contact fitting fees to be considered an eligible expense. So we've been hearing from some plan members across the state that they're going in, they're getting a $50 fee for having their contacts fitted. It's not been covered under their dental or under their vision plan. So that's just a corrective action to take so that there's not what we call in the medical world surprise billing. So you go in, you order your contact lenses, you go in for the fitting portion, all of that's going to be a covered expense now. And it has pretty minimal impact on the overall cost of the plan. And again, this is a plan that's paid for entirely by employees. And I believe that concludes the recommendations for change. And we can certainly, if you want to hold off on the $0 copay, we can certainly go and collect additional data on urgent care and emergency care utilization by dependent children for you.
I mean, I for one would just like to see it, because if you're going to add an extra 18,000 on the cost of the plan, at least let us know what we're spending now.
Okay, you can certainly do that. I think that covers all of the items that Amanda had in her memo that she provided to the court as well.
Okay.
But if not, this is a good time to speak up.
All right. Any questions? So,
Do we want to take up the $0 copay, or do you just want the information?
I just like to see the information on how much we're spending now, and then we can decide.
What about the dental and the vision changes that have been recommended?
what about the dental and vision? As Ken just asked.
That's a recommendation of the committee, and so.
And if you didn't understand all of the dental, the proposed base plan is just moving up the maximum maximum benefit from $1,200 to $2,500. The proposed buy-up plan also included coverage for adult orthodontia, which hasn't been covered before.
Okay.
And so we're going to allow.
Commissioner, go ahead.
And so we're going to allow employees to have all three options, correct?
Well, the current plan would go away and we would just have the new proposed base plan and the proposed buy-up plan. Everyone's calendar year maximum would move to $2,500.
Okay, we would have the base plan and then an option to buy up.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I'm good with that. I mean, it looks, you got to allow for inflation. $1,200 doesn't go very far.
Yes, sir.
Sure doesn't.
This is Amanda. Of course, in the memo that I provided, it also incorporates the rates, the cost to the county and the cost to the employee associated with the health plan, dental plan, and vision changes. So I just wanted to reference that those would need to be approved by the court as well.
What cost to the county did you say? I thought these were employee costs.
They are.
I thought you said something about cost to the county.
I was speaking with regard to the health plan. If we make the change in the $0 copay, the rates are also incorporated there. And as Randy mentioned in a couple of different proposals, we're not recommending any changes to the rates for the health plan, but there would be changes in rates to the dental and the vision with these enhancements.
How quickly do we need the, can we get the answer on that, on the zero copay? It seems like everybody's okay with everything, but,
Yeah, I'd have to confer with my data analyst. She's actually very quick.
Okay.
And then this is a decision, I mean, you've already made the recommendations for us to start the implementation process. So deferring this one line item decision isn't going to stop us from moving toward our goal.
Okay.
It would just be at some point in the future, we'll just tell them, by the way, waive the copay or keep
Flip the switch, right?
It's not as time sensitive as the decisions that you've already made.
Okay.
I would think that within, I think we have enough data at hand already, but I would think within 2-day turnaround, we should be able to have an answer for you.
Okay. Well, in that case, are we ready to take a motion?
Yes, sir.
So I motion that our county health plan rates, as described in the memo from Amanda Talbert, the HR director, and our consultant, Randy McGraw, that those recommendations be put into place, less the $0 copay for the minors portion.
Did I hear a second? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Got a motion second. Any other discussion? I have not. Call for a vote.
Commissioner Snell,
Aye. Hello?
Good.
Commissioner Miller. Aye. Judge Felton,
Aye.
Commissioner Jones,
Aye.
Commissioner Perry.
Aye.
Pass.
This is Amanda. Is the court willing to discuss those enhancements suggested for the dental and vision plan today? And the rates for the dental and vision?
Do I need to make a motion for dental and vision also too?
Yes.
Okay. I make a motion that we adopt the dental plan changes and the vision plan changes as outlined by the HR director, Amanda Talbert, and our consultant, Randy McGraw.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? No discussion. Call for a vote.
Commissioner Snell,
Aye.
Commissioner Miller. Aye. Judge Felton,
Aye.
Commissioner Jones,
Aye.
Commissioner Perry.
Aye.
Pass. What's the next one?
L7C.
What is it?
I mean, N7C. sorry.
Yeah. Okay, going to item N7B, it's discussion or action regarding the premium county contribution amounts and plan enhancements for the auxiliary insurance coverages.
That's what we just did, it's N7C.
I can't hear it. N7C is authorization regarding the automatic renewal of United Healthcare Medicare Advantage Group plan agreement and approval of the premium rate for the 2021 benefit plan year for eligible retirees and active members.
So this is Amanda. This is primarily for court record. As I shared earlier, we have utilized United Healthcare for our supplemental Medicare plan that we are offering our retirees. It has been a cost savings to the county. There's additional cost savings this year, changing that per member per month rate that we're currently paying from $214.75 to the new rate of $201.86. I have highlighted any plan changes for you in relation to this plan, but we are requesting the court approve our ability to renew this service.
Okay, what's the pleasure of the court?
Motion to approve the automatic renewal of United Healthcare Medicare Advantage Group Plan Agreement.
Second.
Motion been made and second. Any other discussion? No discussion, call for a vote.
Commissioner Snell,
That's all the insurance.
Aye.
Commissioner Miller,
Aye.
Judge Felton,
Aye.
Commissioner Jones,
Aye.
Commissioner Perry.
Aye.
Pass. Okay, and Randy, I don't know if you were talking about a matter of hours getting that answer or days or weeks. Can you give me an indication on that? And it wouldn't be before the day's out, right? Oh, 2 days. All right.
You're asking about the $0 copay question?
I didn't.
Yes.
Okay.
Are you, Judge, were you asking about the $0 copay question?
Yes.
So I would have guessed a matter of a couple of days.
Okay. So we're posted for next Tuesday, so I guess we can go and we'll clean that up then.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
I think that concludes all discussions on the health plan and all, unless somebody has something else. I want to say, appreciate how much the committee has done in putting this together. Looks like a really good plan that we're going to have going forward. And Randy, thank you so much for your help as well.
You're welcome, and I hope to be able to come out and see you guys later this year.
Good. Like to see your new look. I mean, if you see the new look.
I haven't worn a tie in 90 days, so this is just for McLennan County.
All right. Okay. We've got some personnel issues to deal with, but I'm going to take a 5-minute recess and then we'll come back and start on those. Thank you. How come it won't take mine? What did you do a while ago with it? Okay, let's call court back in session. Sorry about the delay. At this time, I want to go into executive session. Under 551.074, under regarding personnel matters, including but not limited to uh, personnel reviews, evaluations, so on and so forth. Okay. Give us just a minute to transition into that. And Dustin, Let's call court back in session. Amanda, do you want to bring up, you want to discuss your office request?
Are we talking about the budget line item? I'm confused.
The new position.
Okay, so related to budget then. Yes, sir, I can sure do that.
Okay.
Given all the information that we've provided the court today, you can clearly see there are a lot of changes related to our benefit platform and the benefit programs we're going to be offering. We have a lot of things to update. It's going to require a lot of man hours from my staff to move us in the direction of an online enrollment tool, have that tested and fully implemented and ready in time for our annual enrollment. That will be happening concurrently with this increased volume of work that we have at present related to the leave of absences that have increased, the ADA that's increased, the workers' compensation claims that have increased, and then the contact tracing that we are assisting with to ensure the safety of our workforce. So it really burdens this office greatly, and we want to be able to successfully perform and achieve all the needs that are asked of us at this time, and want to remain in compliance with all these regulatory guidelines that we have for these programs. So, you know, in these presentations, we presented to the court that we are able to find some cost savings. And in doing so, I'd like to ask that we utilize some of the funds from the health plan fund to be able to pay for the benefit specialist functionality, the administration for this office, which would then allow me to fill that role that's serving to do the other HR-related duties, assisting with those leaves, the workers' comp, that sort of thing, so that there isn't an increase in the overall budget because of the cost savings we're able to have. We could utilize the funds from the health plan. So that, I guess, is my first pitch that I would like to present for consideration and being able to fund that position, that new position request.
Any questions for Amanda?
Well, you're saying take another employee, pay another employee out of our health fund?
So I'll try to better explain. Currently speaking, we have a benefit specialist position that is in our budget, and we have an employee serving in that capacity today. I'm suggesting that we provide payment for that position through the health fund, and then allow me to have an HR specialist position that is my new position request that I'm asking for, still within my budget. Does that make sense?
But where that money's coming from the health fund then?
Yes, it would.
And that's money that we're going to end up having to pay into additional money like we've done in years past if we keep drawing out of it. So that's still costing us money.
So I believe the state of the fund and the savings that we're able to incur in making the changes that the court approved today, we would have the fund healthy enough to be able to provide for that. And I've consulted with Randy in regards to that, and he said that would be true. He believes that we wouldn't have to later further add money into it, that the health fund would be able to support that.
Well, I'd rather see us be able to give our employees a reduction in the rate they're paying than keep taking money out of it.
Well, I'll say this, that I agree with this. I think Amanda needs the help. It's gonna be a monumental task in the switch over to United Healthcare. we've always protected this healthcare fund, and the healthcare staying the same is like a raise. The amount that these premiums that the employees pay have stayed the same for several years now, and you know, whether it's luck or, you know, we have done some things that have made it better, and we have contributed to it in the past. I know health insurance premiums, you know, have gone up, probably go up better than 10% just about every year in most places. So, I mean, if this would help really alleviate some of the load in that office, I'm for it.
Randy has provided information that other public entities have utilized these funds to not only provide for the staff person to provide the administration, but also to utilize it to pay for equipment or computer technology that's needed for that particular position. So I just wanted you to know that I have looked into the ability of being able to use those funds in this purpose.
I realize that, but what I'm saying is, I mean, could you not use Rosemary? We're already paying her, what, $50,000 a year out of the money that goes for insurance claims. Couldn't she help you in doing some of that processing till you figure out once the load's over with, it's over with? And it's online. So it looks like to me it would be once the initial work is done, it wouldn't require a full-time person.
So I'm going to answer both of those. So with regards to the continuation of this, I think it would behoove us to have two members in this office that are dividing up the client load to provide the administration for our benefits. So that's including our regular orientations that we do for new employees specific to benefits. It's handling any of our qualifying events at any point in the year, and it's largely doing the coordination efforts in relation to the annual enrollment that will continue regardless of what system we utilize. This requires regular maintenance and regular work performance, and ensuring that we have two individuals tasked to provide support and backup for one another in this capacity, and to split up the client load, since our client volume has so many full-time employees in it needing these services. And keep in mind too, as an employees leave the county, they have to separate and end the benefit services those employees are engaged in and initiate the COBRA administration. Obviously, that will be easier now with what the court has selected, utilizing a tool for that COBRA administration through United Healthcare. But those are things that we have to regularly sustain. That's not going to go away. Yes, the hours involved in ensuring that we output all of our data, import all of these new benefit platforms, because they need to be able to see what they have currently and then what their options are going forward in the new year. That will take an extreme burden temporarily, but long term we have to sustain this, and ensuring that we don't have a single point of failure in that, I think, really protects our employees and really ensures that the data we are transmitting to these benefit providers through the system is happening seamlessly and in a very regimented timeline. And so that's kind of my request there, is that we ensure that we have that dual coverage. With specifics to Rosemary, Rosemary is helping with regard to all of these RFP discussions and meetings that we've had, and reviewing and analyzing all of the data and looking at the financial reports on a quarterly basis. And of course, she's had some additional tasks that the court asks of her to perform. So she has been committing 3 days of work to those needs. And of course, she has the wellness program responsibilities as well. So to take on the additional duties to prepare for enrollment would be the direction of the court to assign her, and that would require her to work beyond what she's currently working. And I need somebody to do this full time. So that's kind of discussion for the court.
Well, to be clear, I don't support adding another person.
I'm listening to your rationale for the additional person. My thinking would be if that was a decision of the court, and they felt like that's the way we should go, I wouldn't have a problem with it. What I do have a problem with is supporting that position out of the health fund. I think I was the one that asked that we remove Rosemary from the health fund. I just don't see paying for personnel on the backs of employee premiums. So I wouldn't be in favor of the position being taken from the health fund. But then if the position is needed and required, that's a different discussion. I would just address the fact that I'm not in support. If I said take one out, I couldn't come back and say, let's put one in. So I wouldn't be in support of financing a position out of the health fund.
So would the court give consideration, the court is currently budgeting the 49, I believe it's 49,000 a year. Francis can identify the exact number, but the court is currently allocating that. I think it's out of contingency. Again, I would defer which budget that's coming out of to Francis for Rosemary services. And currently that's only 3 days a week. Is the court willing to consider moving that as a full-time position into human resources and ensuring that that role would become a full-time position, being 5 days a week instead of 3?
If that's proven I see what Commissioner Snell's saying is let's get through open enrollment and see does that reduce the burden for the need of additional manpower. But I think Amanda makes sense in that if we've got funds that are being expended, they were once tied to the health fund, and it still is something that operates in that arena. I think that we should give great consideration to that.
Well, I think it's not unusual to have, if you dedicate someone to employee health, then it's not unheard of, or it might even make sense to have that expense paid for out of that health fund. And that way it's shared equally across the county, not only by the county, but also the employees. So the taxpayers' employees are kind of partners on that individual. And there again has to be really solely dedicated for that purpose. In regards to adding more people, the several situations aren't going to be constant. One is the COVID-19 situation, and the HR has been spending a lot of time, and it was necessary for them to do contact tracing, which should be done by local agencies, local and state agencies. But if you're going to be able to do it within a time frame that allows you to have a strategic plan to reduce the amount of infections, it's got to be done right. And Amanda saw that it wasn't being done right and took it on, and I appreciate that. And but it's a bigger, it's a whole animal by itself. I've got an idea about how we can handle that, and that's to expand that effort across the county employees with we have some really smart people that work for the county that could possibly be part of a team to share that contact tracing. There's training that can be provided for that. And I've got the website for doing, training, just like Amanda is. So I'm not saying take it out of HR's hands, but I'm saying being able to put more folks around it until this thing lets up at some point in time, which will happen. My overall concern that I've had is any of our departments that have shown a lot of growth. Now, a lot of times growth is necessary to meet the demands out there on the amount of services that we're required to provide to the community. An example, us having to take over Jack Harwell and things like that. That department has grown quite a bit. But I will say that they've done an excellent job on all the projects that they've taken. I'm not totally opposed to adding another staff member, but I would like to see us maybe approach the enrollment process and the contact tracing and those kind of things, maybe on a different way. And like we've done with other areas, maybe we consider putting in the 21 budget a placeholder, and then really work on the activities by that department, and when they need, if it's proven that they need that additional help, then let's do it. But I'm thinking that some more thought and analysis ought to be in that. There again, I don't know why we wouldn't want to put the expense of whoever's dedicated to the employee health program in that budget. We've done it in the past, and any operation, it's a little piece of overhead that goes with it, and it's not gonna, with 1,000 employees, it's not gonna make that much difference in these premium costs. So that would be my opinion on that.
Well, I do know from visiting with Amanda and some of the staff, they are overwhelmed right now. There's no doubt about it.
Right.
And so we need to allocate resources in that direction. I'm open to discussing and debating, and you, Judge, you made a very valid point. But the bottom line, I think that in the next few days, we need to come up with an idea on how to help because they need it.
Any other thoughts?
I can share some additional numbers just for awareness of our increase. Prior to 2016, we were receiving 2,000 or less applications regarding our open position. We have been averaging between 5,000 and over 6,000 applications we're having to screen since 2017. So that's a significant increase in applications. We are reviewing to ensure those applicants meet the minimum requirements that we're listing in job postings. Related to new hire actions, some of those actions require, of course, the benefits enrollment piece and benefits education piece, but some of our new hire actions are not eligible for those benefits. And so in 2015, we had 168. In 2016, we had an increase because we process that of the election workers. So, we had a number of 361 new hire actions that we performed. Again, that incorporated those election workers, and we don't always have those significant election years that would cause that increase. In 2017, we had 198. In 2019, we had 334. So you see, we're at that higher end. And this year is an election year, so in addition to all these enrollment changes, all these leaves of absences, they're projecting to have 400 election workers. Those are 400 actions that my team is going to have to be involved in and ensure that we do timely for that election process, to ensure that the auditor's office has information timely to provide payment to those election workers. Regarding leave of absences, in 2015 we had 162, 2016 149, 2017 we had 169, and then, you know, we're jumping into the 300s, and we are already past that number this year, and the year is not even over with for 2020. So, you know, there is significant volume and an increase that is occurring. Same with our new employee benefits actions. You know, those were ranging in the 140s to 150s as well. And in the last couple of years, we're seeing that, you know, towards the 300 range. So we've had an increase in all of our activities. We've had an increase in staff this past year that's been significant. And I want to ensure that we're able to sustain all these functions. And we have several labor-intensive items this year to complete alone.
Mr. Jones, you said something earlier. Can you share with us kind of your thoughts on what all's been discussed?
Well, you know, I spent the last sort of 6 weeks down there working on the all the ins and outs of this health plan and the changes that we're going to make. And so, you know, I've seen firsthand all the different work they do, and you know, and the numbers. I mean, there's quite a few on there. So I mean, that's a lot of transactions that they're going to be dealing with, especially with the election workers and things like that. So whatever we can do to get her some help, I'm in favor of. So.
Okay. What other information does the court need to make a decision? I don't want to push too much into 1:30 tomorrow for the meeting. It starts at 1:30 tomorrow afternoon. Any decision we can make today would be helpful. But if you need more information, we'll get it.
I just think we got to figure out how we're going to do it. I think there's a consensus that we need to do, we need to do something. I think what we need to do, and I don't know that we have enough time for this today, but where do we bring the resources from? And I think that's the debate we need to have. And the question needs to be answered is, how do we want to extend additional resources to her to move forward?
Okay. So it sounds like to me that if y'all think about it, and tomorrow let's make a decision. Okay. What else? Francis, you have anything else?
I don't.
Okay.
This is Amanda speaking. I think there's another budget-related discussion specific to the treasurer's office. If the court would allow me to share that now, or would you prefer I share that tomorrow?
No, go ahead.
So our treasurer's office has put in a request through the budget process that they were requesting a position reclassification. In reviewing this particular position and area of responsibilities, I wanted to ensure that I was looking at all the means at which we apply the Fair Labor Standards and really assess an exemption criteria related to personnel. In consulting with our attorneys, they are in agreement that we could classify this particular position as exempt because it is a personal staff member that is selected and appointed by an elected official. And there are certain provisions and requirements that that individual must meet in order to meet that exemption classification. We are able to provide the answers to qualify that position as exempt. And that would be a classification change. Any classification changes do require the approval of the Commissioner's Court. In further assessing that position, yes, one of the requests from the Treasurer's Office is they want the position to be exempt. Of course, we have to ensure it meets the criteria. We've done that. Their second request is that the position be classified as an A31. We have done the compensation analysis using the Waters tool to determine the pay grade for this particular position. In completing that assessment, we found it to be an A28, but I want the court to know that it is the Treasurer's request to place the role at an A31. We are not able to get the position at that point in the pay grade for several reasons, but I wanted to make that known to the court that it's his request. And then the last part of his request is to provide an increase for that position based on the classification change. Again, in my analysis, in following the resource tools we utilize to determine pay grades, the position falling at an A28, the current budget for the position is $57,423. The midpoint for an A28 is $50,949. So it's already within the range of the minimum and maximum of the position. It's already above the midpoint. So, from my analysis, I'm not seeing where there is a need to make an adjustment to compensation, but of course that is always a discretion of the court in considering classification changes, whether there should be further consideration for an adjustment in budget. I can tell you that the Treasurer's Office is really pressing upon the court in the sense that he wants all of you to have an understanding. He utilizes this particular position as it's his first deputy or his chief, his second layer of command, that he would like the court to give consideration to the fact that if something were to happen to him, obviously none of us wish for that to occur, where he was not able to perform the services for either a short period of time or a long period of time until the rules follow in relation to an elected official holding an office. This person would be responsible for ensuring the functions and duties of the office are performed in his absence. So for that reason, he really feels like it's important for the court to give consideration to a compensation adjustment for this position. And he's asking that all of you look at the second in command for several other offices at the county to see that he believes there's reason to provide a compensation adjustment for this role.
Thank you. First of all, the court does not approve letting anything happen to him. So tell him that's not an option.
Will do.
And I do not have a problem at all for that being an exempt status. That's something that we've been doing, that we, all elected officials, have those people that are right-hand people, and I don't have a problem with that. And any thoughts from the rest of the court?
I agree on the exempt piece,
Yeah.
but I also support HR in their analysis.
Yeah.
On the other side of it.
Yeah.
Same here.
Yeah. Good.
But you said, Amanda, the numbers didn't work out in your analysis for it to be an exempt individual, correct? Is that what you said?
No, I was able to identify with legal that the position could be classified as an exempt role because this particular position in that office meets the criteria to be defined as personal staff to an elected official.
Okay. Okay.
So yes, we can qualify it as exempt. In looking at the exempt status pay grade, when I do that analysis, the pay grade falls at an A28, where the treasurer's office wanted consideration to place the position at a pay grade A31. So that was the difference.
Okay, I would support it as long as you keep it in the pay grade that you recommend, so we're not having people out of kilter again to start with.
Agree. Okay, so I think there's a consensus to allow this person to be changed to an exempt position, and the pay grade, the classification that you recommend. Anything else?
I think the last piece, Francis, I don't know if you have the ability to pull up for the court what he's requesting for a pay adjustment. I think that's his last ask.
Okay. Well, I mean, the consensus is that we didn't approve any pay increases.
That's right. And I talked to him. He's okay with that.
Okay.
Okay.
I do think that change the pay grade. I think that was the only thing that's really being changed. And the exempt status, I think maybe make a motion because it's not really part of the budget. So it's something that need to be approved separately. Okay.
So I'll entertain a motion to change to exempt status and then also the pay grade classification of what'd you call it, A28?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I'll make that motion if somebody will second. So Commissioner Jones second. Any other discussion? No other discussion, call for a vote.
Commissioner Snell. Judge Dalton.
Aye.
Commissioner Jones.
Aye.
Commissioner Perry.
Aye.
I pass. Okay. What else?
So I know the sheriff's office needs to come back tomorrow and we'll just have a few things to tie up and then we'll move into next Tuesday to file the proposed and.
Okay. All right. Okay. Anyone else have anything to come before the court? Okay. We're going to recess until 1:30 tomorrow afternoon.